28 के दौरान हमने ग्रीन क्रेडिट जैसे महत्वपूर्ण पहल की शुरुआत की। मैं ब्रिक्स पार्टनर्स को इन इनिशिएटिव से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। ब्रिक्स के सभी देशों में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण पर विशेष रूप से बल दिया जा रहा है। भारत में मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी को तेजी से बढ़ाने के लिए हमने गति शक्ति पोर्टल बनाया है। इससे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास के लिए इंटीग्रेटेड प्लानिंग और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में मदद मिली है और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम हुई है। हमारे अनुभव आप सभी के साथ साझा करने में हमें खुशी होगी। फ्रेंड्स, ब्रिक्स देशों के बीच फाइनेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। लोकल करेंसीज में व्यापार और सुगम रूप से क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट से हमारा आर्थिक सहयोग सुदृढ़ होगा। भारत द्वारा बनाया गया यूनिफाइड पेमेंट्स इंटरफेस यानी यूपीआई भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस स्टोरी है। इसे कई देशों में अपनाया गया है। पिछले वर्ष हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद के साथ मिलकर हमने इसे यूएई में भी लॉन्च किया। अन्य ब्रिक्स देशों के साथ भी इसमें सहयोग किया जा सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता भारत द्वारा बनाया गया यूनिफाइड पेमेंट्स इंटरफेस यानी यूपीआई भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस स्टोरी है। इसे कई देशों में अपनाया गया है। पिछले वर्ष हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद के साथ मिलकर हमने इसे यूएई में भी लॉन्च किया। अन्य ब्रिक्स देशों के साथ भी इसमें सहयोग किया जा सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा। आज की बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एवं उपयोगी चर्चाओं के लिए मैं सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ब्रिक्स के अगले अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं राष्ट्रपति लूला को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। भारत आपकी ब्रिक्स अध्यक्षता की सफलता के लिए अपना पूरा सहयोग देगा। एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और सभी लीडर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин премьер-министр. Мы все говорим о необходимости обеспечить высокие темпы экономического роста.
They're making some very important points, speaking at Kazan in Russia at the BRICS summit, and he has praised India's digital payment system. In fact, he has praised India's UPI as its big success story. He has said that India is committed to enhancing cooperation amongst the BRICS countries. He has also said that the BRICS grouping has countries that account for 40% of the world population and in fact 30% of the world economy, and that India was completely committed to enhancing cooperation amongst all these countries. He has also spoken about the need for WTO reforms. He has spoken about trade facilitation, and also he's talked about the interest of furthering the interest of small and medium enterprises, specifically businesses. He has said that climate change is an important challenge that all countries will have to face. He has said that India is committed to enhancing multipolarity that BRICS represents and also is proud of its diversity. Very important points there. Prime Minister saying that He's in fact praised India's UPI and called it a success story. He has said that several other countries are also in talks with India to adopt India's UPI. He has said that India is completely committed to the BRICS grouping and to enhancing economic cooperation amongst all countries. He has also said earlier, remember, he had said that BRICS was not a divisive grouping. In fact, it was a force of emerging countries, and it was something that could connect the world. He has also said that India believes in human values. It in fact is completely committed to multipolarity, something that he said BRICS as a grouping represented. He said that BRICS was important because BRICS countries account for almost 40% of the world population and 30% of the world economy, which is massive. And he has specifically said that business interests of small and medium level enterprises, business communities should also be kept in mind when it came to reforms at the WTO, something that India has been talking about. And also he has talked about facilitating trade, especially in countries that have deprived communities. He has said that Global South also needs to be represented, and that is something that he has talked about. BRICS is not a divisive force, but it's a people-friendly grouping. That's what the Prime Minister has said, making an important point there. Remember, he's in Kazan in Russia attending the 16th edition of the BRICS grouping. This is the first meeting of the expanded BRICS grouping. Remember, several countries became part of BRICS only recently, including Egypt, and several other countries such as Malaysia have also been wanting to be part of the group of the BRICS grouping. And the Prime Minister there making some very important points, saying that he is confident that BRICS will represent all voices of emerging economies and that it will help countries to counter challenges such as energy inflation and also climate change. So those visuals there of the Prime Minister there making a statement at BRICS summit. In fact, he earlier talked about how the focus is on increasing ties with other BRICS countries, and he has also said that India is completely committed to enhancing economic cooperation amongst BRICS partners. Remember, this is the first meeting of the expanded BRICS grouping, which now also has members such as Egypt and Azerbaijan. He's also said that India's UPI is a success story that could be replicated in different countries, and it could be a useful tool to enhance the lives of deprived communities. He has said that BRICS is not a divisive force, but it's a people-friendly force. Remember that several countries also see BRICS as an anti-West grouping, specifically led by Russia and China. But remember, India has always had excellent ties, specifically in the last 10 years with the US and with countries in the West. And Prime Minister there making it very clear that the BRICS grouping is a people-friendly force and is not a divisive entity. He has talked about wars, climate change and inflation being common challenges for all countries. And he has said that India believes in multipolarity of the world and also in human values. He has said that he specifically talked about trade facilitation and enhancing cooperation amongst BRICS countries and furthering the interests of small entrepreneurs and also of marginalized communities. So Prime Minister just there speaking at the BRICS summit. Remember that there's also an important bilateral meeting on the sidelines of BRICS summit with Xi Jinping that is scheduled to happen in a few minutes from now. All eyes are on that, even as India and China have made a lot of headway in disengagement talks, and also there are hopes of de-escalation between these two countries that have seen violent clashes along the LAC. But Prime Minister there making a very important point there, talking about focusing on improving MSMEs and also India's UPI as a big success story that could be adopted by multiple countries, which could enhance and enrich the lives of marginalized communities. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi joins us with more details on this. Gauri, tell us about the main takeaways from the Prime Minister's address today.
Vasudha, very significant statement that has come in from the Prime Minister, and in fact he's made a very strong statement in terms of what many have been talking about in terms of the conflict around the world, and in that context where he said that wars and economic uncertainty and climate change and terror are common challenges. Remember, this is the second time that the Prime Minister is meeting President Putin in Russia in the last 2 months in the backdrop of multiple conversations that have taken place about the role India can play in ensuring that some of the conflicts, particularly the Russia-Ukraine one, can a resolution be found out diplomatically. In the backdrop of that, very important statement coming in from the Prime Minister where he said that wars and economic uncertainty along with terror are common challenges. Remember, terrorism is another area that the Prime Minister has spoken about. In the last couple of days itself, there was an important meeting where Dr. Jaishankar did meet his counterpart in Pakistan. In the backdrop of that, there is a very important statement that has been made by the Prime Minister. This also sets the stage really for Vasudha, what could be the next level of relationship between India and China as well. Remember, today is a very important day in this meeting, BRICS meeting at Kazan, where India, China, bilateral is also set to take place. In fact, in the next couple of minutes itself is going to take place, first in the last 5 years. So very important statement that the Prime Minister has made. And I'll also walk you through some of the other aspects where he said that BRICS is not a divisive but a people-friendly group. He said that we support dialogue and diplomacy, not war. There cannot be anything more clearer in terms of where does India stand and what is India's position where it comes to some of the conflicts that the world is facing, and also the relationships between the BRICS countries. Remember, as I said, at the cost of repeating, the fact that this comes just ahead of a very crucial bilateral between New Delhi and Beijing. This statement really sets the stage for that important meeting.
Gauri, also tell us the significance of the Prime Minister making it clear that BRICS is not, it's not a divisive grouping. Is it also an attempt by India to make it clear that, it could be friendly with countries like Russia and also at the West at the same time, and necessarily doesn't see BRICS as an anti-West grouping?
Indeed, Vasudha, very important point you made. Let me also then bring out this distinction that BRICS is not a security framework. It is tied predominantly around economic development between member nations, unlike, let's say, a grouping like the SCO, where it is the security framework which is really the theme of the entire grouping. So to that extent, BRICS is largely around the economic development of the nations. And the statement made by the Prime Minister is also indicative of how he feels that this grouping can grow going forward. It already is about 42% of the world's GDP. The grouping has also expanded from 5 to now 10 members. Important members like the UAE, Egypt, really pretty much complete the global south, so to say. So there, if he says that this is a grouping of important leaders of the global south, it sends a message also to the developed world that what should be the future world order, how the West needs to view global south, and particularly leaders of global south like India.
Right. Thank you, Gauri Dwivedi, for joining us with those critical details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there speaking at the BRICS summit and praising India's UPI, saying that it is a model that could be replicated by several countries. He's also said that India is completely committed to enhancing economic cooperation amongst the BRICS countries. So, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global south especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today.
Welcome back. 8 people have been killed and 5 have been injured after an under-construction building collapsed in Bengaluru on Tuesday. This followed incessant rain and heavy rainfall in the city. The police and tenders recovered 5 bodies from the site and rescued 12 others. Rescue work has continued for others now. Meanwhile, Bhuvan Reddy, the son of the building owner, Muniraj Reddy, has also been arrested after the deadly collapse. My colleague Pratibha joins us with more details on this. Pratibha, accountability is a key question here. Tell us about the action against people who are facing accusations of being at the center of this collapse.
Well, this collapse has definitely outraged citizens in Bengaluru because we have been talking about the rain, the infrastructure mess, waterlogged roads, and at a time like this, you have the building collapse that has definitely not gone down well with the citizens here, and this has also thrown light on not just the poor infrastructure, but also in terms of the illegal construction, unlawful encroachments, and the kind of permissions that are given. Yesterday, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, had promised action against not just the building owners, but also against officials as well as contractors. And moving on with that, yes, Bhuvan Reddy has been taken into police custody now. And remember, the building is in the name of Muniraj Reddy. Muniraj Reddy's son has been taken into custody along with Muniappa, who is the contractor. What we hear is that the permission that was given was only for a 4-story building, but extra floors that were constructed, perhaps also the use of substandard materials could have led to this collapse. And due survey would actually be done, and there would be a protocol that will be put in place in terms of ensuring that such kind of illegal construction would definitely be looked into, is a promise that has been made by the state government. But how far would they keep on this promise is another question mark. As far as the rescue operation is concerned, the death toll has risen to 8 now, and rescued people are 13. We are waiting to see if there are more people trapped, is what the rescue team has been suggesting. The priority has been to ensure that they would be saving lives, different kinds of mechanisms, different teams that are working in tandem. Even come rain or shine, they have been working on this, and a big applause to all the rescue and relief teams, of course, in terms of working day in and day out to ensure that they would be able to save lives. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. Crumbling infrastructure of Bengaluru in the spotlight there. 8 people are dead and 5 injured in that building collapse that happened yesterday. Moving on to political stories, Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi, in fact, filed her nomination papers for the November 13th Wayanad Lok Sabha bypoll today. The Wayanad bypoll will also be marking her political debut. Remember, this bypoll was necessitated after her brother Rahul Gandhi, who is an MP from Lok Sabha now, vacated the seat after winning Raebareli, the Congress bastion in Uttar Pradesh, in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Priyanka Gandhi also held a roadshow before she filed her nomination.
I'm very happy. It's an honor for me to be a candidate of the UDF, and if the people of Wayanad elect me, it will be a great privilege for me to represent them. Thank you.
Moving on, India is in the midst of an infrastructural overhaul, and one of the sectors is metro lines in major cities. The Kolkata Metro Railway will soon connect city's airport to the city centre through operational and under construction metro lines, cutting the journey from Esplanade to the airport to just 30 minutes. This provides a huge infrastructural boost to Kolkata's metro network. In fact, the metro station at the airport will have 5 platforms. It will also have an underground yard, and it will be connected to the terminal through subways. It will be the largest underground metro facility in India. In fact, NDTV's Saurabh Gupta brings you the sneak peek into what this underground metro station will look like.
The concourse level of what's supposed to be India's largest underground metro facility is also undergoing construction work, which is in its final stages. These are, of course, the AC ducts that are being set up because it will require air conditioning and cooling. It's underground, and all of this will be ready hopefully by March 2025 so that people can use the metro from the Kolkata airport. This is what the largest underground station in the Kolkata Metro's railway network looks like. It's still under construction. This is an exclusive sneak peek that we are bringing to you. It has 5 metro lines that has 5 platforms and also 2 lines. The orange line and the yellow line will come and meet at this station. It's an interchange station. It is, of course, a line that also has an underground yard, making it India's largest underground metro facility. And this will serve passengers from the Kolkata airport. So you walk out of the airport, take a subway, walk into the metro station and arrive at this platform, and you can reach any part of the city in a matter of minutes. Construction underway in full swing. This metro line is expected to open in March 2025. This station will finally take passengers to and from the airport into the city.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवार हात आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of
Welcome back. Bhutan Prime Minister spoke at the NDTV World Summit 2024. In fact, he spoke about his India Connect. He spoke about the formative years that he spent in India and how that shaped his dedication to the people of his own country. He has also said that India is the main friend of Bhutan and the friendship that Bhutan has with India is completely special. Let's listen into that conversation.
Prime Minister, you also talked about the Indian tutelage and you talked about the summit. So the topic of the summit is India century. And how do you think, going forward from here, Prime Minister Modi's historic third innings, how do you think, we take off from here and how do we shape or influence the events that are happening world over? Not only as our own footprint of India's century, but as the Prime Minister said, that world's progressive, peaceful century.
The world needs India. And I'm very happy that you've identified this century as India's century. You asked me about Prime Minister Modi and his historic third term. Why do you call it India's century? For many reasons. India has the largest population now in the world, 1.45 billion. It's growing. It's projected to reach something like 1.6 billion.
That's right.
India has a booming economy. It's crossed $3 trillion US. It should have crossed $5 trillion US had it not been for COVID. India has the biggest consumer base. India has almost 35 million successful people in the diaspora throughout the world, particularly in the advanced countries. By every measure, yes, this is India's century. But by one measure, you stand out, and that is leadership. India's leadership. And trust in that leadership. Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership. You choose the team, the India century, because of Prime Minister Modi's third term, historic win. Now you know that the last 10 years, the previous 2 terms, will be leveraged as a springboard to take India forward into her century. But the rest of the world too. The global South looks to India for leadership, trusts in India's leadership. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, any country that can sort out today's problems, it is India. Economic problems. The world looks to India as a market. The COVID pandemic, the world looked to India for vaccines and medicine. Even Russia and Ukraine. If there's any person who can sort it out, I do believe it is Prime Minister Modi.
Former US Ambassador to India Tim Romer also attended the NDTV World Summit 2024. He said that India can play a key role in Middle East and that the country can greatly profit from the Mid East corridor.
Let me bring in Ambassador Romer into this conversation, sir. 2 important threads that I want to ask you. One on the fact that the role that New Delhi can play on a day when Prime Minister is in Kazan, he is meeting President of Russia, and President Putin has said in the past that if at all anybody that he trusts for the Ukraine conflict to be resolved, Prime Minister Modi is one of them. Also, there are voices that suggest that if at all West Asia conflict can be potentially resolved, New Delhi must play a larger role. In those contexts, I must ask you, sir, how do you see India's role and also the responsibility it has in the region?
Well, that's a very good question. And first of all, let me just tell you, I'm delighted to be back at the World Summit and with a very, very distinguished panel here today. I'm reading a book called On Grand Strategy by John Lewis Gaddis, a Yale professor and a grand strategist in foreign policy. And he has an Aesop's tale about the fox who knows many things and the hedgehog who knows one big thing. The one big thing for strategy in the Middle East that the United States has been advocating now for several years is a brand new architecture of regional security in that area. That's based upon, of course, the United States being one of the anchors of that partnership, but also so that we can spend more time in the Indo-Pacific. So we spend more time growing our economy. So we can spend more time with our European allies, managing the China relationship, battling terrorism. And so this new strategy in the Middle East is dependent upon the Abraham Accords and reaching out to other Arab states for peace and prosperity. It is based upon a normalization of trade and relations with Saudi. And it's based upon a strong Israel. Now, India can play a very, very important role in putting together this new architecture for a regional cooperation and security. India has 9 million people in the diaspora up in the Middle East. They have a strategic interest there. They're engaged more and more in maritime security. Their economy, as one of the panelists, the ambassador, was just talking about how India is more and more engaged in the world economy and therefore more involved in trying to make sure there's peace and stability in the world and oil prices don't spike. We're involved now more in the corridor leading up to the Middle East corridor that India could greatly profit and benefit from. And Mr. Modi has reached out to the United Arab Immigrants with more and more trade where they can invest in India and their economy. So India is right in the middle of many, many important things in the Middle East. So it's in their strategic interests to do more than diplomacy.
Well, the road to success is often paved with failures. At least that's how things turned out for entrepreneur and investor Kunal Bahel. He didn't get into the IIT. This was something his parents were hoping for, but that didn't stop him from achieving massive success in life. He spoke about all of this at the NDTV conclave at the NDTV World Summit 2024. Let's listen into that conversation.
As you explain that fundamental, and it's a fascinating concept, but it's also an attitudinal expression, right? Like yesterday we had the Prime Minister here speaking about AI is not just for artificial intelligence, but aspirational India as well. When you come up with jargons and terms which are local in nature and something that's homegrown, it also reflects that aspiration.
No, absolutely. I think the Prime Minister has made an indelible contribution to the startup economy. When I started my startup journey, I was 23 years old in 2007. There was nothing known as a startup. There was no nomenclature called a startup, however strange that may seem right now. You either did a business or you did a job, right? And the business was typically the one you inherited or you joined your parents' business. There was nothing sitting in the seemingly twilight zone of this is not your family business and it is also not a job. There was no word for it. Imagine. Startup came into national parlance only around 2015 when the Startup India initiative was evangelized and launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. And because of that, startups gained legitimacy. They gained recognition. Suddenly, parents in small towns were not aghast the moment their 23-year-old child who went to IIT after a lot of struggle by the parents saying, I will not join McKinsey or Goldman Sachs or Microsoft or Google, and I'm going to start something and I'm going to make zero money for the next few years. And likely, we are going to be in debt during that period. They were no longer aghast at that. And that contribution, I think, significantly goes to the Prime Minister and obviously the role models that have now become available to the younger generation of founders.
There were several interesting speakers at the NDTV World Summit. One of them was also Zepto CEO Adit Palicha, who shared his story behind dropping out of Stanford to build a company which is now valued at $5 billion US. Let's listen into what he said.
Although it's, on the outside and it looks like a very, sort of cliche Silicon Valley story. We dropped out of college to start a company. Actually, before we took that step, Kevalia and I, we were basically tinkering around for about a year. And, as kids, we loved coding, right? We used to build out small projects for fun growing up. But, in the middle of COVID, we didn't really have much to do. We were supposed to go to California to study. Obviously, all of us got put back into Bombay in that first wave of the pandemic. And we didn't really see the value in online education. So, we took a call to, instead of wasting a year of that experience, let's just take a year off and just tinker around and build some interesting stuff. Most of our peers at the time at Stanford had internships at Goldman Sachs or Google. We didn't really have any of that lined up. And we just took a call to start experimenting. And
how did you think this up?
Yeah, no, we were just, the two of us were sitting in Shehri Punjab and Andheri East. First wave of the pandemic, you couldn't get groceries delivered. The offline options were all usually shut down. The online options at the time were taking 6-7 days to deliver. And so we started with a WhatsApp group. And over the course of a year, we kept tweaking and iterating on the model, kept talking to customers, and started building out the first version of Zepto probably a year after we launched that WhatsApp group, and got to a meaningful scale, which is when we took that call to drop out, right, formally. And I think, with our parents, obviously, it was a shocking moment, right? I remember, Kevalia's mother burst into tears and said, "What have you done to my son? Right? You've brainwashed him." But I think we had some real numbers to go back off. We were doing at that time a few $1 million in revenue and growing fast, and we had just raised, or we were about to raise a large amount of capital. So we had some substance behind what we were doing, and there was real customer love. So we could take that conviction based, that call based on data and not just sort of gut feel. I know the story is a little bit more exciting if it was just like a crazy idea, but at that time we had some numbers and we had some scale, and then we took the call. So at least, you know, our fathers were a little bit more comfortable with it when they saw the numbers. So yeah.
So when you go to Kevalya's mother now and say, "Ma'am, my valuation is $5 billion," what does she say? Go back to school?
Yeah, pretty much she just says that, yes. She still says, what a beautiful life you've given up on at college, but yeah.
Well, actor Kareena Kapoor was also there at the NDTV World Summit 2024, and she spoke about some secrets of the Kapoor Khandan. She said that Karishma Kapoor takes most time to get ready, while her husband Saif Ali Khan was most likely to forget birth dates. Let's listen into that interesting conversation.
होएगी रियाना, होएगी Beyonce, साडी यही रियाना, यही Beyonce. Very warm welcome, Kareena Kapoor Khan, to NDTV World Summit.
Thank you.
We have a fun quiz for you. It's called the Kapoor Khandan quiz.
Okay.
So the answers have to be about Kapoor
Only
and
about
the
the
Khan
Kapoors.
family. Yes.
Okay.
Who's most likely to accidentally sleep through an alarm amongst the Khan and Kapoor family?
I'm glad you said Khan, because can I say Saif Ali Khan?
Who's most likely to eat dessert before dinner? Please tell me it's you.
No, you know, I strangely don't have a sweet tooth. Dessert before dinner, I think it would be Karishma.
Who's most likely to crack a joke at the wrong moment?
Could that be my aunt, Reema?
Who's most likely to forget someone's birthday?
Who's likely to forget someone's birthday? Oh, can't be Ranbir. He always remembers our birthday. It can't be Lolo. Yeah, I don't know. Could be Saif.
Okay. सबसे ज़्यादा तैयार होने में कौन वक्त लगाता है, समय लगाता है?
सबसे ज़्यादा तैयार होने में. Okay, no, I think actually I said Karishma.
Okay. और टीवी रिमोट का कंट्रोल किसके पास होता है?
टीवी रिमोट का कंट्रोल किसके पास होता है? सैफ अली खान.
और मूवी के दौरान कौन सो सकता है बहुत जल्दी? भले जितनी मर्जी इंटरेस्टिंग मूवी हो, लेकिन नींद पे आ रही है.
नींद पे आ रही है. Not me. I watch all movies because I mean, like, it's like important to watch all films. So I don't know. I think we're all Kapoors are film buffs, yaar. We don't sleep through.
But then you say you don't watch your own films. You once said.
But I watch others' movies, na.
In the end, आपका कोई अगर मैसेज हो NDTV World Summit के लिए?
I think it was an absolute pleasure, you know, being here. I'm so happy कि मुझे मौका मिला स्टेज पे इतने सारे लोगों के सामने बात करने का about films, fashion, India being right there in the forefront of the global stage. It feels so great to talk about, you know, the Indian tradition, culture, heritage, just people loving it at the moment. Na? I think it's having such a big moment, whether it's films or fashion. India's having, I think, the perfect moment.
Last thing, आपकी of course dialogues बहुत ज़्यादा hit होते हैं, लेकिन आपके expressions आजकल viral हैं. There's one thing that you say where you say influencer. Can you do that, please?
I don't even know how that happened. Y'all are causing it for me, this stress. I really don't know. I must have just said it like are you asking me something and then y'all have made it out of
please
context.
say that.
What
Please
do
say
I
that for
say?
us. So if I say influencer.
Influencer. You're making me do all bad things. Then everybody will fire me.
No. We love that avatar of yours. Thank you so much, Kareena Kapoor. Thank you. This is Arun Singh signing off for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024.
In a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to hold a bilateral meeting with China's Xi Jinping. This is the first bilateral after 5 years. Earlier at the BRICS summit in Russia, the Prime Minister said that we support dialogue, not war. The number of dead in the Bengaluru building collapse rises to 8. The owner of the building has been arrested as 2 illegal floors were being made without permission. The Karnataka Chief Minister to visit the collapse site. The Supreme Court slams the centre over stubble burning in neighbouring states of NCR. The top court grills Punjab and Haryana government, says action on stubble fire and eyewash. Amid a barrage of hoax calls received by airlines over the past few days, the Union Ministry of Electronics and IT slammed social media platform X, says social media platform was abetting the crime and questioned its representatives on steps taken to stop such rumors from spreading. And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra files her nomination from Wayanad, Kerala, marking her electoral debut, holds a roadshow ahead of her nomination.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Our top story, the building collapse in Bengaluru, where the number of dead has now risen to 8 people, while 5 people got injured after this under-construction building collapsed on Tuesday, this following incessant and heavy rainfall in the city. The police and fire tenders recovered 5 bodies from the site and managed to rescue 12 others. The rescue work continues. Meanwhile, Bhuvan Reddy, the son of the building owner Muniraju Reddy, was arrested following the collapse. The building contractor was also taken into custody. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more on this story. And Pratibha, the number of dead has gone up to 8. Illegal floors were being built here, and also the Chief Minister expected to visit the site.
That's right. The death toll has definitely risen to 8 and 13 rescued so far. And the police sources believe that there were at least around 20 to 25 workers there. And remember, this is an under construction site. And like you pointed out, yes, 2 illegal floors that has thrown light on illegal construction, the permissions that are given, as well as the unlawful encroachments, mainly because Bengaluru has been dealing with a lot of infrastructure mess as well, with heavy rains that have been pounding the city for quite some time now. And yes, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, did promise that there would be a survey conducted and that people who are dealing with these illegal structures will be brought to book. And this will include officials, contractors, as well as building owners. Now, the first step that has been taken towards this is the arrest of Bhuvan Reddy and the contractor who has been detained by the police. But what kind of stringent action will be taken in terms of proving to be a deterrent is something that needs to be closely watched. But as far as the rescue operation is concerned, it continues. Come rain or shine, the NDRF as well as the SDRF teams have been working along with the police personnel and the dog squad. Different mechanisms that have been deployed, the sound mechanism, the earth moving equipment, all of them in place to ensure that more lives can actually be saved, and that has been the priority. The Chief Minister of Karnataka would be visiting the site at around 5:36 p.m. and all eyes are on what kind of compensation would be given to the families and the kind of action that would be taken as far as these culprits are booked. Back to you.
Right, and very briefly, Pratibha, how many more people are, is it thought, may still be trapped there?
Well, there is no official figure in terms of how many people are still trapped there, but there is a belief that at least around 2 to 3 people who are still missing could be found in the debris, and the rescue operation will continue in full swing. It started at around 4:30 p.m. yesterday, remember, when the building collapsed at Babusapalya in Bengaluru, and it has been on. What we also hear is that there are 2 or 3 people still missing, and they could be perhaps found under the rubble. Whether they would be found alive is something that people and the families are hoping for, but the rescue teams are working with their best efforts and the best foot forward to ensure that they could save more lives. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us there. Pratibha bringing us all the very latest, and tragically the number of dead has now gone up to 8 as the rescue work continues at that building collapse site. Moving on to other news now, and amid the barrage of bomb threats received by airlines over the past few days, the Union Ministry of Electronics and IT today blasted social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, through which many of these hoaxes were circulated and threatening posts were actually put up. Now, the Joint Secretary, Sanket Bhonve, chaired a virtual meeting with representatives of airlines and social media platforms such as X and Meta. Officials said that the situation amounts to X abetting a crime and questioned its representatives on steps being taken to stop such alarming rumors from spreading, is what sources have said. Now, remember, more than 120 flights operated by Indian carriers have received bomb threats over the past few days. Even yesterday, 30 flights operated by Indigo, Vistara and Air India received such threats. The airline said they followed standard operating procedures That is, authorities were alerted, security protocols were followed, but this has been quite something that has been a huge challenge for the airlines as well as the ministry. A number of meetings have also been held by the aviation ministry over this entire issue. More stringent punishment has also been decided for those indulging in such hoax calls, but during the course of the last few days, some of these hoax messages were actually received on social media site X, which is why today you had the ministry taking up the issue with the X as well as Meta. All right, let's shift focus now to the BRICS summit in Russia, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be holding bilateral talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan. The meeting assumes significance in the backdrop of the two countries arriving at an agreement on patrolling arrangements in areas along the line of actual control. This came 4 years after the Galwan clashes that really put a freeze on the relationship between India and China. Now, the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese President will be the first structured meeting in the last 5 years. Mr. Modi will also address the BRICS sessions, and the Prime Minister also held bilateral talks with presidents of Russia and Iran, wherein he stressed the need for peaceful resolution of issues and said that war does not bring solutions. The Modi-Xi meeting holds significance as New Delhi and Beijing on Monday announced that they have reached an agreement on patrolling along the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh in a major breakthrough in ending the over 4-year-long military standoff.
इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई-कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है, उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा। क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है। रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है। ब्रिक्स देशों के बीच फाइनेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलैरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा।
Well, let's go across now to Kadamni, who joins us from Kazan there in Russia. And Kadamni, now all eyes, all focus, the spotlight really on this upcoming meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. What can you tell us about what's happening there, what we can expect, and just for our viewers, how significant this is coming after 5 years?
Well, I can tell you that at the moment this meeting has been delayed because the plenary sessions, the program of BRICS started around 30 to 40 minutes late. The plenary stretched a bit longer than expected, so everything is running a bit late. So that's why the bilateral is also going to be delayed, and we are waiting for it right here. As soon as the bilateral takes place, then there would be more information about what the leaders talked about. But before that, we have seen how Prime Minister Modi, while he intervened in the first plenary session, he talked about double standards on terror financing and terrorism. He said that there cannot be two standards, double standards on this specific fact. We know that what has happened in UN Security Council, there was technical hold by China when some terrorists were named to be banned or restricted. So this is something, a clear indication, but also there is an indication that India is moving forward after this patrolling agreement which has happened. India is actually moving forward, talking about an inclusive BRICS, talking about helping the BRICS nations and moving forward together. And of course, both India and Russia, India and China are founding members of the BRICS. So that also counts for a lot. India has always been saying that enmity will not give the dividends which actually the friendship would give. And that is what I expect that will be happening today after the patrolling agreement which has been announced and the bilateral which was confirmed just yesterday. After 4 to 5 years, we have seen the leaders sitting across each other, these two leaders, in 2017 in China when BRICS happened, in 2019 in India, Mahabalipuram, and they also did exchange pleasantries after that on 1 or 2 occasions. But this is, after 5 years, this is first formal meeting where both the leaders will be sitting across each other and trying to break the ice which has formed on the relationship since 2020 Galwan clashes. So let's see what happens there. But definitely just the fact that they are sitting across each other is a huge fact towards bringing the relation back to normal, even though it may take some time, some caution, and of course, lots of patience.
That's right. And the first structured meeting in 5 years after their meeting in Mahabalipuram in 2019. So, Kadamni, what you're telling us is that the bilateral for the moment is delayed, given that the whole program is delayed. But the Prime Minister's had a busy time there. Tell us more about that. He's had a bilateral with President Putin. He already spoke about the way forward in Ukraine and the need for peace. He's also had a meeting with the Iranian leader.
Well, yes, he had a busy time here. The moment he arrived here in Kazan, he has had bilaterals with at least 2 very important leaders, one with President Putin, which
All right, we seem to have lost the line there with Kadamni, but reporting from Kazan in Russia, where the 16th BRICS summit is underway and where Prime Minister Modi is going to be holding for the first structured bilateral with Xi Jinping after 5 years. The last time they met was in Mahabalipuram in 2019. Well, Kadamni back with us. Yes, Kadamni, you were telling us about how the Prime Minister's had a busy time ever since he, landed in Russia with that first bilateral with the Russian president, also meeting with the Iranian leader.
Well, yes. So PM has talked about the peaceful resolution of the conflict of Russia-Ukraine conflict, and this is not only words, because we have seen what intense diplomacy has taken place as far as India itself is concerned with in the matter of LAC with China. So India is not just preaching, but it is also practicing what it's preaching. So that is something really important. And he has said that India will do whatever it is required to do for a peaceful resolution. And he has also talked about West Asia situation with the Iranian president. And there too, he has expressed deep concerns about how civilians are being killed, and he has hoped for a de-escalation. So he has had important meetings, both the meetings which actually affect not only the countries, but also other the neighbors and the world at large, because when 2 wars are going on simultaneously in 2 parts of the world, then it's bound to affect not only the countries, but also the entire world. So that is what exactly is happening. And India is trying to play the peacemaker as much as required and as much as possible.
All right, and finally, Kadamni, while the bilateral between Prime Minister and Xi Jinping delayed, they've already interacted. There was that gala dinner that took place. There's this picture that has gone viral in which you have Putin talking to Xi Jinping. The Prime Minister Modi is there, and he's got his thumbs up as well. And we believe he was seated, at the dinner. It was Putin and with Prime Minister Modi on one side and Xi Jinping on the other side. So all this is, adding to the build-up, isn't it?
This seems to be a recurring theme of this event, Gargi, because we have seen that at least at 3 occasions now, since last night and now twice this day as well. So those were some lighter moments which were shared by the leaders last night at the gala dinner which happened, and they watched the cultural programs. You could see that the environment was quite light, not like earlier times, but it was it seemed to be a better environment, a better place to feel lighter. So seems like it's an interpretation, but of course it seems like once the petroleum agreement has happened, so things are moving in a way in which it should. is prepared last night as well. It seemed that the stage was being prepared for the bilateral, which is supposed to happen in a few minutes from now.
All right, thanks so much, Kadambini, for joining us. Kadambini, they're reporting from Kazan, Russia, where in a short while from now that bilateral will take place. It has been somewhat delayed, is what Kadambini has just told us. But in a short while from now, the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. Well, moving on now to news from Tamil Nadu, and heavy rain in Madurai has led to severe flooding with water from the overflowing Pandalkudi Canal entering residential areas. The water has risen to knee-deep levels. Areas in low-lying areas are inundated. So this has been a challenge for the authorities, with heavy rainfall taking place in Tamil Nadu, and now heavy rainfall in Madurai leading to this severe waterlogging. Let's go across to Sam Daniel now for the very latest. Sam, give us more on the situation there in Madurai.
Well, as we speak, Gauri, there's no rain in Madurai, but last night there was heavy rains, and this particular canal in the heart of Madurai, near the Sallur area, authorities say has overflown and has entered residential areas. And now that the rains have stopped, authorities hope the waters would recede. But at the moment, it's a kind of a nightmare for people living in this low-lying pocket. But this is not the situation across Madurai, but this is an isolated incident, but certainly a difficult moment, and people are facing severe hardship there. Districts across Tamil Nadu have been experiencing light to moderate and in some pockets heavy rainfall over the last few days, particularly when there was low pressure over the Bay of Bengal, which as we speak has moved towards West Bengal, which authorities say will cross there as a cyclone. Although authorities say in areas like Chennai and other coastal areas, there will be not much of rain, except in some cases light to moderate rains. This is a kind of an isolated incident, and authorities say if there's no heavy rainfall tonight, waters would recede. But the visuals you see in the Pandalkudi area certainly worrying, because water has in this pocket entered several homes, and that's a kind of a worrying situation for people there.
All right, so hopefully it will not rain further. Sam, thanks so much for joining us there with all the very latest. Well, news now from Maharashtra, as less than a month is left for the assembly elections, and today NCP released its first list of 38 candidates for the upcoming polls. That is, the NCP Ajit Pawar released its list. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar is to contest from Baramati Assembly constituency. MLA Chhagan Bhujbal is contesting the election from the Yevala Assembly, and NCP is fielding Maharashtra Corporation Minister Dilip Walse Patil in the Ambegaon Assembly seat. The list released by Mr. Pawar includes other top leaders of the NCP. He announced on Tuesday that the ruling Mahayuti is nearing the finalization of its seat-sharing arrangement for the upcoming assembly polls, which will take place on the 20th of November. Another list is supposed to follow this first list, as the NCP led by Mr. Pawar is likely to contest over 50 seats as part of the alliance arrangement in the Mahayuti. Let's just listen into what Eknath Shinde had to say.
ये पहली लिस्ट है, फिर दूसरी आ जाएगी और फिर चुनाव आ जाएगा, फिर चुनाव लड़ेंगे और महायुति जीतेगी जोर से, ताकत से.
NCP Ajit Pawar releasing its first list. It includes 38 candidates. In fact, it includes 38 candidates, which includes Ajit Pawar as well. Of course, Ajit Pawar is going to contest from his home turf, which is Baramati. Earlier, of course, Ajit Pawar was not entirely certain if he will once again contest from Baramati. There were speculations doing the rounds that he may not. However, his party has convinced him to contest from there. So, yes, he will be contesting from his bastion, which is Baramati. Apart from that, several other top leaders from NCP have been fielded which includes Chhagan Bhujbal, Dilip Valse Patil, as well as Hassan Mushrif. At least about 9 ministers have been fielded, 32 existing MLAs and 6 fresh faces, which also includes some turncoats from other parties as well, including Congress party. So yes, all in all, 38 is the number that we are talking about. Will it be the first list, or will there be one more list as far as NCP Ajit Pawar is concerned? That remains to be seen. We know for a fact that Ajit Pawar will not be getting as many seats as he hoped for. He wanted 70 seats, but he may have to just make do with about 40 to 45 seats. So at this point, remains to be seen who Ajit Pawar will be contesting again. So that is the big question. We'll know when MVA releases its list. We know for a fact that MVA is yet to release the entire list, be it Sena, Congress or NCP. But the buzz is that there is a possibility it could be Ajit Pawar versus his nephew Yugendra Pawar, who is the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar. So once again, if it is Yugendra Pawar who will be fielded in Baramati from Sharad Pawar NCP, once again a Pawar versus Pawar fight will be seen, just like in Lok Sabha elections. But again, we'll have to see what the MVA list will look like. But at this point, at least about 120 candidates have been announced from Mahayuti, which includes close to 99 from BJP, about 45 from Sena, and now 38 from NCP. MVA is yet to sort out its differences and release the list, but that could happen this evening.
The Supreme Court has slammed the union government for making environment laws toothless, stating that the provision of the CAQM Act related to penalties for stubble burning have not been implemented. A bench of Justices Abhay S. Oka, Asanuddin Amalullah and Augustine George Masi said the Commission for Air Quality Management in the National Capital Region and Adjoining Areas Act of 2021 was enacted without creating the required machinery for implementing the provision to curb air pollution. Remember, the Supreme Court has been fuming at why the paddy fires, the farm fires have not been stopped, and talking about how no action has been taken and how the law remains toothless. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra today filed her nomination papers for the 13th November Wayanad Lok Sabha by-poll. The by-poll will mark her political debut, her electoral debut. The by-election was necessitated after her brother and leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, vacated the seat after he won Rai Bareli, the Congress bastion in UP, in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also led a roadshow ahead of filing of her nomination.
I'm very happy. It's an honor for me to be a candidate of the UDF, and if the people of Wayanad elect me, it will be a great privilege for me to represent them. Thank you.
All right, let's get you more highlights now from our recently concluded NDTV World Summit, where we had the Zepto CEO, Adit Palicha, who shared his story about dropping out of Stanford to build a company which is now valued at $5 billion.
Although it's, on the outside in, it looks like a very, sort of cliche Silicon Valley story. We dropped out of college to start a company. Actually, before we took that step, Keval and I, we were basically tinkering around for about a year. And, as kids, we loved coding, right? We used to build out small projects for fun growing up. But, in the middle of COVID, we didn't really have much to do. We were supposed to go to California to study. Obviously, all of us got put back into Bombay in that first wave of the pandemic. And we didn't really see the value in online education. So, we took a call to, instead of wasting a year of that experience, let's just take a year off and just tinker around and build some interesting stuff. Most of our peers at the time at Stanford had internships at Goldman Sachs or Google. We didn't really have any of that lined up. And we just took a call to start experimenting. And
how did you think this up?
Yeah, no, we were just, the two of us were sitting in Sherry Punjab and Andheri East. First wave of the pandemic, you couldn't get groceries delivered. The offline options were all usually shut down. The online options at the time were taking 6-7 days to deliver. And so we started with a WhatsApp group. And over the course of a year, we kept tweaking and iterating on the model, kept talking to customers, and started building out the first version of Zepto probably a year after we launched that WhatsApp group, and got to a meaningful scale, which is when we took that call to drop out, right, formally. And I think, with our parents, obviously, it was a shocking moment, right? I remember, Cavalier's mother burst into tears and said, "What have you done to my son? Right? You've brainwashed him." But, I think we had some real numbers to go back off. We were doing at that time a few $1 million in revenue and growing fast, and we had just raised, or we were about to raise a large amount of capital. So we had some substance behind what we were doing, and there was real customer love. So we could take that conviction based, that call based on data, and not just sort of gut feel. I know the story is a little bit more exciting if it was just like a crazy idea, but at that time we had some numbers and we had some scale, and then we took the call. So at least, our fathers were a little bit more comfortable with it when they saw the numbers. So yeah.
So when you go to Cavalier's mother now and say, "Ma'am, my valuation is $5 billion," what does she say? Go back to school?
Yeah, pretty much she just says that, yes. She still says, "What a beautiful life you've given up on at college," but yeah.
All right, so that's quite the success story there. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi to hold a bilateral meeting with China's Xi Jinping 5 years after their last structured meeting. The number of dead rises to 8 in the Bengaluru building collapse. The owner has been arrested and the Chief Minister to visit the collapse site. The Supreme Court slams the centre over the continued stubble burning in adjoining states. It grills Punjab and Haryana government as well, says action on stubble fire and eyewash. Amid a barrage of hoax calls received by airlines over the past few days, the Union Ministry of Electronics and IT slammed social media platform X, as many of these threats were made on the social media platform.
And I swipe it there, पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold bilateral talks shortly with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. This is on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. The meeting assumes significance in the backdrop of the two countries arriving at an agreement on patrolling arrangements in areas along the line of actual control. The meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese President will be the first structured meeting in the last 5 years. Their last meeting was in Mahabalipuram in 2019. Then in 2020, the Galwan clashes between Indian and Chinese soldiers, in which both sides lost soldiers, and since then there has been a freeze in the relationship. Mr. Modi also addressed BRICS session, and he held bilateral talks with the presidents of Russia and Iran, wherein he stressed the need for peaceful resolution of issues and said that war does not bring solutions. The Modi-Xi meeting holds significance as New Delhi and Beijing on Monday announced that they have reached an agreement on patrolling along the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh, in a major breakthrough in ending the over 4-year-long military standoff. So that meeting will take place in a short while. What we understand is that it has got slightly delayed. Let's just listen into what Prime Minister Modi had to say at the sessions at BRICS.
इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई-कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा. क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है. रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है. ब्रिक्स देशों के बीच फाइनेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं. भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है. हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलैरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है. हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा.
All right, so those were the Prime Minister's comments earlier, but now, we're really looking forward to that meeting that will take place between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. We're joined by Prabhu Dayal, former ambassador. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And whatever may emerge from this bilateral meeting, the big story is the meeting taking place. This is the first structured meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping after 5 years after they had met in Mahabalipuram in 2019.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. And you hit the nail on the head that whatever really will be taking place on the ground, this announcement has made it possible for this high-level meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping to take place. Now, the atmosphere has been made better because as long as the border situation was so tense, as long as there had not been any disengagement-related announcement, the atmosphere would not have been conducive to talk. So certainly, this announcement will improve the required atmosphere for the summit talks, and that is in itself a very positive step. Now, what happens after this? Let me mention that there are 3 Ds which are important: disengagement, de-escalation, and demilitarization. And this announcement should facilitate disengagement. As you know, there is an agreement relating to patrolling arrangements. And these were what were raising the problems, the patrolling related problems. And certainly, it's the armed forces which will have to monitor the situation on the ground. I have seen some media reports which say that while India has been saying it's an agreement, in the Chinese media, the reference is to resolution, that the two sides have resolved to de-escalate and disengage, etc. So let us see what happens on the ground. The armed forces will monitor whether there is actually a disengagement, whether they can patrol as they were doing before. And if that is so, certainly it will be a good step. Of course, China has built up such fortresses, it has developed such
ब्रिक्स ने अनेक उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में यह संगठन वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए और अधिक प्रभावी माध्यम बनकर के उभरेगा। फ्रेंड्स, मैं न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक के अध्यक्ष हर एक्सेलेंसी दिल्मा रूसेफ का अभिनंदन करता हूं। पिछले 10 वर्षों में यह बैंक ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के विकास के लिए महत्वपूर्ण विकल्प के रूप में उभर रहा है। भारत के गिफ्ट सिटी के साथ साथ अफ्रीका तथा रूस में रीजनल सेंटर्स के खुलने से इस बैंक की गतिविधियों को बल मिला है।
All right, let's go back to Ambassador Dayal, and these are the Prime Minister's comments at an earlier, session. Now we believe the bilateral is underway, and Prime Minister Modi is meeting with Xi Jinping. You were speaking earlier, Ambassador Dayal, about the agreement along the line of actual control. But beyond that, the fact that these two leaders of the two Asian giants are currently meeting, this is something that will be watched, across the world and very closely by the West.
Yes, certainly. If India and China can move towards normalization to the maximum extent possible, it will certainly have a big global impact. China is by far our biggest trading partner. But after the clashes along the line of actual control and the problems that arose there, our business ties had suffered. And China would very much want improved political and trade ties. For instance, after the Galwan clashes, Chinese companies had struggled to do business in India because we had tightened investment norms and norms relating to doing business. And for instance, we had also banned around 300 popular Chinese apps like TikTok. So all this was perhaps hurting the Chinese, and they're keen to have a normalized relationship in the business area. We too would find that good for us because China is one of our, as I said, top trading partners and a key supplier of telecom hardware, raw materials for our pharma industry, and many such items. So we also stand to gain if the relationship improves. But I come back to the fundamental question. We have to see what happens on the ground. The army will have to monitor and give us a feedback. And frankly speaking, the progress of improvement will be slow after that because disengagement must lead to de-escalation and thereafter to demilitarization. It remains to be seen how far we are able to achieve these.
All right, we're also joined by a former Ambassador, Meera Shankar. Thank you so much for being with us. And I was speaking to Ambassador Dayal about the significance of this meeting. The bilateral has begun between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. And whatever, emerges, the fact that they're meeting is, the big story. And going forward, what this means for India-China relations.
Yes, of course, they're meeting after 5 years. And a period in which the relationship has been turbulent owing to tensions on the border and characterized by lack of trust. Of course, during this period, the two sides have kept diplomatic and military discussions going to see whether they could resolve the border issue. But it's been a long haul to try to work out any arrangements which would, stand on the ground. And this is particularly in the light of the policy declared by Xi Jinping that China will exercise sovereignty over every inch of territory that it claims, be it in the land area or in the maritime domain. Now, given that China has disputes both on land with India and, of course, with Japan, with Taiwan, and with a host of countries in Southeast Asia on the maritime boundary, a policy such as this is a recipe for trying to impose unilateral solutions. So it was a very difficult period. The two sides had agreed to engage on certain of the friction points which had arisen in Ladakh, but two in Depsong and Demchok had proved to be the most difficult to deal with. And what we've seen in the last 24 hours is that the two countries have, after intensive talks over the previous weeks, announced that they have reached an agreement on patrolling in the Depsang and Demchok areas.
Right.
And there is also a protocol for patrolling. So there'll be 15 soldiers on either side. Both sides will patrol twice a month by rotation. They will regularly share the schedules of their patrolling, and there will be monthly meetings of military commanders. So,
ma'am, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I actually have my colleague Kadamni with us from Kazan just to find out what exactly is happening there. So, Kadamni, the bilateral we all were waiting for has finally begun.
Well, yes, we have just got this information that the bilateral has begun just 5 to 10 minutes before we have started talking. So the bilateral may go on for around 30 to 40 minutes, and lots of things are expected. But the most important part is that both the leaders are sitting right in front of each other and talking. That is something really, really huge, as we have been discussing continuously, Gargi. And this fact, after the announcement of a patrolling agreement, is also a kind of green light to all other developments which have taken place in last 48 hours between India and China on the LAC issue. So this is something really, really important. There might not be very big announcements or big takeaways, but of course, this is something which is a beginning of the normalization of relationship. If if the sides stick to, if China sticks to what the agreement is, because this is the agreement, the patrolling agreement is about 2020 on LAC issue. And this is something which China has been wanting to happen, the normalization of relationship, because it also does affect them as much as any other country. So they have been demanding for direct flights. They have been asking for normalization of trade relationship. We know that several apps in Chinese companies have not been able to function the way they used to before 2020 Gulf clashes happened. So this is something, the bilateral meeting, which is happening right now when you and I are talking here, this meeting would be a huge step forward in the normalization of relationship if China sticks to what the agreement is.
All right, Kadamni, thanks so much for joining us. Kadamni, they're reporting from Kazan just as that bilateral meeting is underway. Coming back to you, Ambassador Shankar, as Kadamni says, this is hugely significant. Both the leaders are sitting, facing one another. We've also seen the body language at the gala dinner that took place yesterday. There's that photograph in which all three leaders, Putin, Xi Jinping, and Prime Minister Modi, are also there. And clearly, there's a willingness and a want on the Chinese part also for improvement in the relationship, which is why we saw this agreement being arrived at just before the BRICS summit, which really paved the way, the disengagement agreement, the patrolling agreement at LAC, which paved the way for both leaders to now hold this bilateral.
Yes, I think the patrolling agreement was key in terms of setting the stage for the meeting. It's a meeting which is occurring after 5 years and on the sidelines of an international summit. So I don't think that we should, expect very substantial outcomes. The main thing is that the ice is broken and in the process of being broken. Sometimes I think we in India get very excited with first steps. I would characterize this as the very first step. I think China has to go a long way to restore trust because at the moment, even though we've reached agreement on these patrolling protocols in the Depsang and Demchok area, we have to see how they are implemented on the ground and how long they are sustained. How long is this sustained? Is this tactical, or is it actually denoting a change of stance by China? I think that only time will tell. In the meanwhile, for India, it's important that we don't let down our guard, that we continue to verify and monitor the situation closely, and are also prepared for any surprises till there is a firmer basis for trust between the two countries. I think that really is the key. Now, for China, they are facing issues on the Taiwan front, where they've had a live fire drill. So they would want the, Western front to be a bit quiescent. But if you look at their deployments in Tibet, and you look at the infrastructure which has been created right next to the border and in the back, in Tibet, including for missile deployments, I think we would need to wait. This is an agreement on patrolling. After this, you would have to look at de-escalation, and then you would have to look at how both sides can potentially thin down troops and scale back threatening infrastructure, particularly China. I mean, they've built a bridge on Pangang So, which reduces the distance between the North and South Bank. They have deployments, including in Depsang and Demchok, tents and a station. So we have to wait and see how they actually implement, or whether they actually implement, the process of withdrawal. I think the restoration of normalcy in the relationship is still a way off. As I said, this is a first step in restoring some semblance of peace and tranquility in the friction points which had arisen because of China's incursions and military action in
That's
that
right,
area.
ma'am. And in fact, that is what, Kadamni too was saying. She says this is, we may not expect much to emerge from this first meeting, but the meeting itself is the big story, and that is the first step. Ambassador Dayal, your comments going, on that, there are a lot of issues that still remain. It will take some time before India can truly trust China, but important that we had that agreement over the LAC, over patrolling, disengagement, which has paved the way for this first step of both leaders meeting.
Well, you have rightly pointed at the trust-related issue, because there is a huge trust deficit. Now, as I had said in my opening intervention, the current announcement will serve to prepare the atmosphere for the Modi-Xi Jinping summit, which is currently taking place. This summit meeting between our Prime Minister and the Chinese President wouldn't have been possible, perhaps, if there had not been any movement towards disengagement at the border, particularly because these two flashpoints, Tepsang and Denchong, had been serious problems and they were not getting resolved. So there is some forward movement, though, as I said earlier, and Ambassador Shankar has also pointed out, the Chinese may agree to certain protocols, but whether they stick to them, whether they follow them, is another matter, because the past has shown that the Chinese have rubbished agreements whenever convenient. They have violated them as they please. So the ground situation will have to be seen. The armed forces will have to monitor. Of course, the 3Ds would be very important, whether disengagement leads to de-escalation and then whether de-escalation leads to demilitarization. All this remains to be seen, but certainly it's a positive step if whatever possible is being done in regard to de-escalation.
All right, thank you so much, ambassadors, for joining us on the program. And right now, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping are holding that bilateral, their first structured meeting in 5 years. Lots of expectations, but the big question, how much can we trust China and what this means for the relation going forward? Well, we'll continue to track that story, but we've been bringing you highlights from our recently concluded NDTV World Summit, and now our interview with the Bhutan Prime Minister, where he spoke about his India Connect and revealed a secret.
Prime Minister, you also talked about the Indian tutelage and you talked about the summit. So the topic of the summit is India Century. And how do you think, going forward from here, Prime Minister Modi's historic third innings, how do you think, we take off from here and how do we shape or influence the events that are happening world over? Not only as our own footprint of India's century, but as the Prime Minister said, that world's progressive, peaceful century.
The world needs India. And I'm very happy that you've identified this century as India's century. You asked me about Prime Minister Modi and his historic third term. Why do you call it India's century? For many reasons. India has the largest population now in the world, 1.45 billion. It's growing. It's projected to reach something like 1.6 billion.
That's right.
India has a booming economy. It's crossed $3 trillion US. It should have crossed $5 trillion US had it not been for COVID. India has the biggest consumer base. India has almost 35 million successful people in the diaspora throughout the world, particularly in the advanced countries. By every measure, yes, this is India's century. But by one measure, you stand out, and that is leadership. India's leadership. And trust in that leadership. Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership. You choose the team, the India century, because of Prime Minister Modi's third term, historic win. Now you know that The last 10 years, the previous 2 terms will be leveraged as a springboard to take India forward into her century. But the rest of the world too. The global South looks to India for leadership, trusts in India's leadership. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, any country that can sort out today's problems, it is India. Economic problems. The world looks to India as a market. The COVID pandemic, the world looked to India for vaccines and medicine. Even Russia and Ukraine. If there's any person who can sort it out, I do believe it is Prime Minister Modi.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. Time for news break here on the broadcast. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly start with the top stories we are tracking at this moment. Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping 5 years after their last meeting. 8 dead in Bengaluru building collapse. Owner arrested. Karnataka Chief Minister to visit the collapse site. Supreme Court slams the centre over stubble burning. Top court grills Punjab and Haryana government. Top court says action on stubble burning and eyewash. Central government blasts X over hoax calls to airlines amid a barrage of hoax calls received by the airlines over the past few days. The Union Ministry of Electronics and IT slams the media platform X, says social media platform was abetting in crime. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi files nomination from Wayanad constituency in Kerala. Top leaders of the Congress party, including Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, also present. All right, we are starting with our top focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's bilateral talks at the BRICS summit, on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia, with the president of China, Xi Jinping. Now, remember, both these leaders are meeting after 5 years. And this has happened after some sort of positive developments as far as the boundary issue between India and China is concerned. At least the patrolling between both the countries will be resumed and the status will go back to May 2020. That was the message that came out just before the Prime Minister left for the BRICS summit to Russia. And now, of course, on the sidelines of this big summit, in fact, in Russia, Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping have held bilateral talks. This is now confidence-building measure and a step forward as far as India-China relations are concerned, with the de-escalation in the tensions between both the neighbors. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Gauri Dwivedi, who is joining us at this moment. Gauri, quite a significant event, isn't it? After 5 years, both these leaders meeting, and hopefully now this will pave way for more fruitful dialogue in future.
Absolutely. It's a milestone, Ankit, as far as the India-China relations is concerned. They hit a deadlock after the military standoff. You mentioned that there's now consensus in terms of how the disengagement will take place on the line of actual control. And that sets the stage for normalcy to return between India and China. Yes, trade has continued. Yes, economic ties have continued, but they've been strained. They've been strained because of what happened at the border 4 years back. And since then, the disengagement did not happen. Talks were not being fruitful, but that changed about 48 hours back when both sides agreed to that disengagement. And that paves the way for, I think, probably next set of how India-China relations will move from here. Of course, some of those thorny issues need to be sorted out, whether it's about the app bans, whether it's about specific Chinese companies that still are on the radar of the Indian government, but that's a work in progress. The big overarching story is that India-China relations, which have been strained in the last 4.5 years, are now set to enter into a new phase with this bilateral. As I mentioned, a lot of things are still yet to be done. That's work in progress, but it's the bilateral today that will set the stage for how soon some of those other issues could be resolved, and will also have a very strong bearing and a very large impact on the entire region, in fact, Ankit, whether it is Asia, whether it's Indo-Pacific, whether it's our immediate borders, all that stand to get impacted with the new India-China relationship after the bilateral meeting today.
Absolutely. Like, Gauri, like you're mentioning, of course, there are some thorny issues, some challenges also, historical and in context with where both these countries see themselves in the future. But at least there is some thaw as far as the ice between both the countries was concerned. What are we expecting, some specifics as far as this bilateral is concerned in Kazan?
Absolutely, more than a thaw, in fact, Ankit. What has happened in the last 48 hours really, I think, could set the stage for how things would move very quickly going forward. But when I was speaking to a few sources, the one thing they said was expectations also need to be kept tempered right now, because only so much can happen with one in what has happened in the last 48 hours. So things will progress, they will progress smoothly, but it needs to be given that time. We've got now the disengagement going, we've got a clear understanding on how the two countries see the LAC. And I think what the leaders meeting today, the bilateral, will really decide now going forward how the two countries now decide on their all aspects of the relationship. But as far as what all can come out of it, it's the messaging, Ankit, that's most important. The direction of the relationship from here on is what the messaging will provide. And I think that is going to be extremely important.
And messaging just not for India and China, but largely for across the world as well. Thank you so much, Gauri, for joining us with all those details. Let me also at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, bring in fact, Professor Avinash Godbole, expert on Chinese affairs. Thank you, sir, for joining us at this moment, for speaking to us. I just want to start by understanding, just put this in perspective. Of course, 48 hours back, the disengagement announcement, which was made by both the sides, paved the way for this meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. But how significant is this move when both these leaders are sitting together across the table?
Well, this move is significant, but we also have to see how practically it is implemented on the ground, and that is going to take time. The few people I've spoken to have said that confidence between armies as well as local governments, as well as the governments and people at large is at a lowest level. And 2020 happened because we had a breakdown of our previous agreements we had built over a period of 20 odd years. And it's going to take a long time to restore those. So we'll have to see how it is to be built. I saw the Foreign Secretary's statement very carefully, and he repeated that we have an agreement which would lead to disengagement. So it's a process that has been set in place. So like was mentioned by Gauri, that expectations have to be tempered. This is just a beginning, and it's a good beginning. The thaw has continued for several years, and it's not great for both the countries. It's a costly affair to maintain such a large army activated all the time.
Can I also then understand from you, like you said, the expectations have to be tempered. What is it as an expert that you would look forward from this meeting? What are the certain, 1, 2, 3, 4 tangibles that we can talk about that are expected out of this meeting, which will pave the way for more positive environment between India and China?
Well, we have to see whether there's a timeline of disengagement and demobilization, because large number of troops have been moved into the Ladakh region and few kilometers behind the active border as well. We have to see that. Then there are a couple of other feel-good factors that people have been arguing that would happen, like the restoration of bilateral direct flights, because the direct flights have been halted between India and China. It was halted during COVID and it was never restored really. So whether we have to see the outcome of the leadership summit, there's an announcement on that, and a great the best outcome could be a joint statement. But I have, again, like I mentioned, it's not a low-hanging fruit. Some things need to be done before that.
Can I then also then understand, with both these leaders meeting at this moment, what is the larger message that you see for the region and also globally? Because so far, India and China have been pitted against each other. Like I said, there have been historical reasons and also, of course, the race for both these countries to, for the future as well. But after this meeting, what is it that you're expecting, the kind of messaging that goes out?
The kind of messaging is that both the sides, especially China right now, is facing an economic slowdown. And there's a realistic possibility that Donald Trump may get re-elected and he will create his own set of problems. So it's better what you can resolve and what you can work on. Let's work on that. And India's relations with the US and Canada itself are kind of a bit strained. So whatever is workable, let's work out and then move forward. Both the sides perhaps have realized that the stalemate is not going to lead anywhere. And outcome-driven process is necessary at this point of time.
Thank you so much, Professor Godbole, for speaking to us at this moment and sharing your point of view on this very important story that we have been tracking. Let's very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, also listen in to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, at this summit.
इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है, उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा। क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है। रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है। ब्रिक्स देशों के बीच फाइनेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलैरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा।
All right, moving back to our country now, where in the last few days we have seen how hoax calls have more or less crippled the aviation industry, with many major airlines facing not one, not two, but multiple hoax calls as far as the security is concerned. Now, that has resulted in a lot of inconvenience to the passengers and also to the airlines as well. Now, regarding this, amid a barrage of these bomb threats which has been received by various airlines, the Union Ministry of Electronics and IT today blasted social media platform X, through which many of these hoax calls were circulated. Joint Secretary Sanket S. Bondwe chaired a virtual meeting with representatives of airlines and social media platforms such as X and Meta. The official said the situation amounts to X abetting the crime and questioned the representatives on the steps that are being taken to stop such alarming rumors from spreading. In fact, more than 120 flights operated by Indian aircraft carriers have received bomb threats over the past few days. Even yesterday, 30 flights operated by Indigo, Vistara and Air India received such threats. The airline said they followed standard operating procedures and authorities were also alerted. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court today came down heavily, ladies and gentlemen, slammed the union government and also questioned the Punjab and Haryana government on the continuous rising pollution levels in the national capitals. That time of the year, the advance of the winters, Diwali is just around the corner, and all of us are forced to smoke more than 50 cigarettes every single day with this kind of pollution which is setting in. The Supreme Court, in fact, slammed the union government for making environment law toothless, stating that the provisions of the CAQM Act related to the penalties of stubble burning have not been implemented. A bench of Justice Abhay S. Oka and Mr. Amanullah and Augustine George said the Commission for Air Quality Management in the National Capital Region and Joining Areas Act of 2021 was enacted without creating required machinery and implementing the provisions to curb air pollution. All right, let's very quickly also give you an update about that building collapse that took place in Bengaluru East. These are the CCTV visuals, horrific visuals, quite terrifying. This under construction building which just came down like a pack of cards, ladies and gentlemen, resulting in the death of 8 people. Just take a look at this again. It was due to heavy rains, and in just few seconds, this entire building turned into rubble and debris. 8 people so far have been killed as far as this building is concerned. The owner of this building has been arrested for negligence. The Chief Minister is also expected, in fact, to reach the spot where this building was. The police and the fire tenders recovered, in fact, 5 bodies from the site. 12 others were also rescued. The rescue work continues for others as well. Right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping 5 years after their last meeting. Eight dead in Bengaluru building collapse. Owner arrested. Chief Minister expected to visit the site. Supreme Court slams center over stubble burning, drills Punjab and Haryana government action on stubble burning and eyewash, says the Supreme Court. Centre blasts X over hoax calls to airlines amid a barrage of hoax calls received by the airlines over the past few days. The Union Ministry of Electronics and IT slammed the social media platform X.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Two cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Agenda for the corruption. Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही. राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's just talk about some political action in Maharashtra, which is now all set to see the voting for the next assembly in less than a month. NCP Ajit Pawar today released the list of 38 candidates for the upcoming polls of the Maharashtra Assembly. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is all set to contest from the Baramati Assembly constituency, and it could be a mouth-watering contest where expectations, at least speculation, is that he could be facing off against his nephew. For family affair once again, a clash of the families after the Baramati Lok Sabha elections as well. Meanwhile, some new leaders have also, and all the old MLAs, those who had come from Sharad Pawar camp to Ajit Pawar, have been repeated as far as this list is concerned. Now, Mr. Pawar, remember, it's a high battle for him, and it is happening at a time when both the sides, NCP, the Mahayuti, which is the BJP, Shinde, and NCP Ajit Pawar, and the Mahavikas Aghadi, Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, and Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP have more or less finalized their seat sharing.
ये पहली लिस्ट है, फिर दूसरी आ जाएगी और फिर चुनाव आ जाएगा, फिर चुनाव लड़ेंगे और माफी जीतेगी जोर से, ताकत से.
Now, Priyanka Gandhi finally is taking the electoral politics plunge, and the constituency is Wayanad. She was in Wayanad today in Kerala, the seat which was vacated by her brother and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in favor of the Raebareli Lok Sabha constituency, which he had also won. Priyanka Gandhi today filed the nomination. The elections are going to be on November 13th for Wayanad constituency. Now, this is, remember, Rahul Gandhi along with Sonia Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, all the Congress top leaders were present at the moment when the nomination was filed, and this will mark the entry of the third person from the Gandhi family to be simultaneously in the Parliament of India.
I'm very happy. It's an honor for me to be a candidate of the UDF, and if the people of Wayanad elect me, it will be a great privilege for me to represent them. Thank you.
The Indian Embassy in Saudi Arabia has started the 2024 edition of its flagship diaspora engagement event, Pravasi Parichaya. The event was inaugurated by Ambassador Dr. Sohail Ajaz Khan on Tuesday. The week-long cultural extravaganza was kick-started with specially curated event on classical languages of India to celebrate the linguistic diversity. The Indian community presented a unique play using all the 11 classical languages of India. All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition, ladies and gentlemen. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are live shots coming in from the bilateral meeting which is taking place. Important engagement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with his Chinese, in fact, the Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi. Now, these visuals of the bilateral meeting which is taking on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, the 16th BRICS summit, which is taking place in Kazan, Russia. Remember, both the leaders of two of the biggest countries of the world at this moment are engaging after 5 years.
Of our two countries and two peoples, for both sides to keep to the trend of history and the right direction of our bilateral relations. It's important for both sides to have more communication and cooperation, properly handle our differences and disagreements, and to facilitate each other's pursuit of development aspirations. It's also important for both sides to shoulder our international responsibility, set an example for boosting the strength and unity of the developing countries, and to contribute to promoting multipolarization and democracy in international relations.
我愿同总理先生就两国关系和共同关心的问题交换意见。
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm prepared to exchange views with Your Excellency on our bilateral relationship and issues of mutual interest.
Excellency, आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है। एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए। आज इन सभी विषयों पर बात करने का अवसर मिला है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी। धन्यवाद।
That's the beginning of the bilateral talks between India and China on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, the 16th edition of the summit in Russia. And you're seeing both the leaders of India and China, in fact, exchanging the pleasantries and also the opening remarks, hoping for a fruitful engagement. And also Prime Minister, in fact, saying there that he's happy with the disengagement that has taken place as far as the border issues are concerned. This meeting, remember, is formally taking place after 5 years between both the leaders. Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping at this moment with their teams, which includes the foreign ministers and the foreign secretaries as well at the bilateral meeting which is taking place. Like we were discussing earlier, ladies and gentlemen, cautious approach, but of course optimistic about the beginning as far as both these countries are concerned. Remember, post-May 2020, There have been almost a freeze as far as India and China relations are concerned post the Galwan clashes. And it was just 48 hours before Prime Minister left, for Russia, that both the sides had agreed to disengage and also to allow patrolling to the positions where both the armies were able to before May 2020. My colleague Vishnu Shom is joining us at this moment. Vishnu, over to you. Quite an important, engagement this between the Prime Minister and President Xi Jinping after 5 years, and also hoping that there is going to be some more positive developments after the border disengagement.
Well, this is fairly historic, coming as it does after 5 years. And coming as it does as the first really major step between India and China to disengage after the clashes of 2020 in Ladakh. The Prime Minister has said that India-China ties are important for the progress of the world. He said this meeting is significant for world peace. He said that we welcome the agreement on the border. He said peace on the border should be our priority. He said the Prime Minister said that mutual trust should be the basis of ties. So this is what they say. The Prime Minister of India, our Prime Minister, has said, and Chinese President Xi Jinping has urged India and China to facilitate each other's pursuit of development aspirations. This is coming from the China People's Daily, which says during his visit meeting with Indian Prime Minister Modi held on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, Xi said the two sides should strengthen communication and cooperation and properly manage differences and disagreements. And therefore, it is important that the two leaders met. Just in terms of chemistry and body language, I would suggest it was much more formal and what we have seen in the past, when relations between the two sides were, definitely stronger. But two leaders shaking hands, the bilateral taking place, and it does, as you mentioned, comes just days after India and China agreed on restoring patrolling rights for Indian soldiers in the Ladakh region. Now, the full nuances of what the agreement is will be available soon. There will be a press conference being addressed by the government very shortly, and we'll be cutting across to that. But if this is, as a first step, is huge, it comes, as I said, just days after Indian soldiers were allowed to resume patrolling in parts where India has been denied since the Galwan clashes of May 2020. That is yet to be implemented. Remember, there are many areas along the line of actual control which are problematic. There is the Demchok to the south, then there is the Pangong Lake above that, then there is the Hot Springs region, there is the Galwan region, and then there is finally the Depsang Plains to the very north. And in many of these areas, there was a denial of two Indian soldiers to go up to their patrolling points, or PPs. These patrolling points demarcate what India believes to be the extent of our claim in those particular sectors. If there is now a resumption of that in the truest sense of the word, then it goes back, as the Foreign Minister of India told us at the NDTV World Summit day before yesterday, to a situation which existed in 2020, or a situation which existed prior to the clashes between India and China in Galwan. So it is a very, very important step indeed. But would this result in a larger de-escalation along the boundary between India and China? We do not know at this stage. That is because there are tens of thousands of soldiers deployed on either side. Will they start the process of moving back as well? Remember, both sides have built up infrastructure to support the presence of soldiers, but these are extremely inhospitable areas in altitudes above 15,000 feet. It's in the interest of soldiers of both sides, the armies of both sides, not to have that many soldiers deployed right on the front, particularly during the winter months. So would there be that sort of de-escalation as well? Well, that's perhaps something we'll have to wait and see. But the fact that this primary objective of India is now going to be realized, and the details of what exactly has transpired between the two sides, perhaps we'll get more details in this press conference of the External Affairs Ministry, which should come up later on. But, two nuclear neighbors, we've had clashes in the recent past. If that is to end and trade and proper diplomatic ties between the two sides does resume, then I would suggest that it's a big positive, not just for our two countries, but for the entire world.
Vishnu, thanks for joining us with all those details. Let's go across to this, in fact, a briefing which is taking place at this moment of the Ministry of External Affairs. Listen.
Thank you, Randeep. Good afternoon, friends. I have the opportunity to brief you on the Prime Minister's main bilateral engagement today on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS Summit. My colleague, Secretary Economic Relations in the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Damu Ravi, who is also our Sherpa for BRICS, will make some comments with regard to the BRICS engagements. But let me say a few words about the Prime Minister's meeting with His Excellency President Xi Jinping, the President of the People's Republic of China. We have also put out a press release which should be available very shortly on the website of the Ministry of External Affairs if it is not there already. So as you all know, earlier today, in fact just a short while ago, Prime Minister Modi met with President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS Summit. This was their first proper bilateral meeting at delegation level in nearly 5 years, the last one being on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit in Brasilia in 2019. So let me just flag some points made by the two leaders during their meeting. This meeting happened, as you are all aware, close on the heels of the disengagement and patrolling agreement and the resolution of issues that had arisen in the India-China border areas in 2020. Naturally, the two leaders welcomed the agreement reached between the two sides through sustained dialogue over the last several weeks in diplomatic as well as military channels. Prime Minister Modi underscored the importance of not allowing differences on boundary-related matters to disturb peace and tranquility on our borders. And in this context, the two leaders noted that the special representatives on the India-China boundary question have a critical role to play in the resolution of the boundary question and for the maintenance of peace and tranquility in the border areas. Accordingly, they instructed the special representatives to meet at an early date and to continue their efforts in this regard. You may recall that Special Representative of India, Mr. Ajit Doval, who is also the National Security Advisor, and the Special Representative of the People's Republic of China, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, also a member of the Politburo, have met on the sidelines of international events, but they have not had a round of talks in the Special Representatives format since December 2019. So following today's meeting, we hope to schedule the next round of the SR's talks at an appropriate date. The two leaders also reviewed the state of bilateral relations from a strategic and long-term perspective. They were of the view that stable bilateral relations between India and China, the two largest nations on earth, will have a positive impact on regional and global peace and prosperity. And both of them stressed that with maturity and wisdom, and by showing mutual respect for each other's sensitivities, interests, concerns, and aspirations, the two countries can have a peaceful, stable, and beneficial bilateral relationship. As we have maintained during the last 4 years, the restoration of peace and tranquility in the border areas will create space for returning us towards the path of normalization of our bilateral relations. Officials will now take the next steps to discuss enhancing strategic communication and stabilizing bilateral relations by utilizing the relevant official bilateral dialogue mechanisms, including at the level of our respective foreign ministers. The two leaders also briefly reviewed regional and international developments of mutual concern and interest. They agreed to maintain close communication in this regard. Naturally, they also had a very productive exchange on BRICS and the potential for India and China to enhance cooperation on this particular platform. And in closing, Prime Minister Modi also assured India's full support to China's SCO presidency next year in 2025. Let me stop there and request my colleague, our Sherpa for BRICS, to make a few remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. I'll be very brief in the interest of the time. But let me just focus on the Honorable Prime Minister's visit to Kazan for the 16th BRICS Summit, which was at the invitation of President Putin. The theme of the BRICS Summit, as you all know, that strengthening multilateralism for just global development and security. Today, there have been two sessions in which Prime Minister participated. One is a closed plenary session, and the second one is open plenary session. Open plenary session included also representatives of businesses of all the member countries, as well as the financial institution representatives in the open session. At the end of the open session, the leaders adopted the Kazan Declaration, and the declaration captures the various elements and diverse elements discussed by the leaders during these sessions. It recognizes the reform for the UN and multilateral institutions. In particular, it recognizes the Johannesburg Declaration and reaffirmed the support for member countries' aspiration to be permanent members of the UN Security Council. Cooperation in the financial sector was another element. It also included elements like payment settlements in national currencies. And climate change was another area of interest for all the leaders. There was a lot of views expressed, and also combating terrorism. Prime Minister, in his remarks, clearly brought out the importance of people-centric BRICS cooperation. That was his emphasis, and the fact that the leaders have agreed to finalize list of partner countries in the expanded BRICS membership. It was welcomed. The modalities have also been finalized. So with the expansion of the BRICS, as you all know, that this is the first time that BRICS in an expanded format are meeting. The 9 members currently which have met this time. So you will have an additional partner countries. The list will be out in the net. So what it means to us is also inclusivity, diversity in the BRICS, and brings in the dimension of the global south right in the center of the BRICS discussions and discourse. So development becomes central. Prime Minister's remarks included the importance of global south. He also mentioned about the India's initiatives that have been appreciated within BRICS. For example, the Startup Forum, the skilled workforce, the Research and Development Vaccine Center, digital health, and the digital public infrastructure solutions, which are low-cost solutions for the interest of the countries of the global south. He also touched upon India's own initiatives, for example, the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, and the Lifestyle for Environment. He urged the members of the BRICS to actually participate in these initiatives. As you know, Brazil is going to take over the chairship next year. Prime Minister wished the Brazilian President, Lula, all the very best for the success of the Brazilian chairship, and India will fully support in that process. Thank you very much.
We open the floor for questions.
Randeep, just a couple of questions because some of us literally have a plane to catch.
Okay. So Gaurav, please.
Sir, my name is Gaurav Sawant. I work for India Today and Aaj Tak. Sir, my question is, how will this meeting and will this meeting lead to easing of situation along the LAC, Is there need for new confidence building measures? Will there be new confidence building measures? And will soldiers spend the 5th year at the LAC in these freezing winters? The additional 50,000 odd troops on either side.
सर, मैं विशाल पांडे हूं एबीपी न्यूज से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और शी जिनपिंग की मुलाकात के बाद क्या ये कहा जा सकता है कि भारत और चीन के बीच रिश्ते अब सामान्य हो गए हैं, और इसी से जुड़ा हुआ कि क्या चीन पर भरोसा किया जा सकता है?
Gaurav, insofar as your question is concerned, it is certainly our expectation that as a result of not only the agreement that was arrived at just a couple of days ago between Indian and Chinese diplomatic and military negotiators, but also as a result of the endorsement of that agreement at the highest leader level possible between the two countries, as happened in the meeting today, where both Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping welcomed the efforts that were made by Indian and Chinese negotiators and the results that were achieved by that. I think these should certainly lead to an easing of the situation along the LAC. Insofar as your question related to confidence-building measures is concerned, we have a number of confidence-building measures, and these evolve continuously as the two sides engage once again in multiple formats. This is certainly a subject that I think will be under discussion between the two sides. Your last question about whether soldiers will be at the LAC for the 5th year, I would defer this question to our military leadership, because this relates to operational matters, and I think it would be best that we let our military leaders dwell on this particular issue. Vishal, आपका जो सवाल था, क्या हमारे जो रिश्ते हैं वो सामान्य की तरफ या सामान्य हो जाएंगे, मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि पिछले 2 दिन में जो कदम हमने उठाए हैं, और ये कदम पिछले 2 दिन से हमारे सामने हैं, लेकिन इन पे जो काम हुआ है वो काफ़ी समय से काम चल रहा है। मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनसे हमारी एक तरह से जो प्रक्रिया है सामान्य रिश्ते बनाने के लिए, उनको वापस एक सामान्य रास्ते पे लाने के लिए वो यात्रा एक तरह से चल पड़ी है। जैसा मैंने अपने जो मैं पहले कह रहा था कि जो ये restoration of peace and tranquility in border areas will create space for returning towards the path of normalization, मैं यही मेरा तात्पर्य इसी चीज़ की तरफ था कि जो पीछे अभी समझौता हुआ है उससे ये रास्ता अब खुल गया है, रास्ते पे अब चलने की हम दोनों को आवश्यकता है। और जहाँ तक ट्रस्ट का सवाल है, जो हम दोनों के बीच आगे चल के प्रोसेस होगा, प्रतिक्रिया होगी, उससे ट्रस्ट, हमारी आशा है कि उससे ट्रस्ट बढ़ेगा हम दोनों के बीच में। धन्यवाद।
Sir, Siddhant from WION. Foreign Secretary, sir, my question is, the border pact, does it include Depsang and Depchok as well in terms of resolution? Also, in terms of confidence building measure, are we looking at the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra? To the Sherpa, sir, how much the focus was on the payments mechanism in terms of alternate payments mechanism at the BRICS meeting?
Runjhun Sharma, RT, the timing of the India-China agreement, does it seem symbolic? Did Russia have a role to play here as a peacemaker?
Okay, Siddhant, insofar as these two points that you mentioned, Depsang and Demchok, look, I think if you see The statements that I have made over the last 48 to 72 hours, I think the answer should be quite clear. I have made the point that, the last time we had an agreement.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
So important briefing there by the Minister of External Affairs in India on the engagement between India and China. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us with more details on this. Mohammad Ghazali, as the Indian Foreign Secretary said, it is a beginning, and of course we are hoping for a more optimistic future ahead.
Yeah, certainly. If you see the entire chronology of the events,
the last bilateral between India and China happening in 2019, then the Galwan clash and the entire dispute along the LAC happening in 2020. And for the last 4 years, everybody was criticizing the leadership here, that what is happening on the peace process, on the disengagement part, and that was going around in the background. Multiple summits have been happening where India and China were both present there, besides the BRICS summit where Indian Prime Minister and Chinese President Mr. Xi Jinping were there. And this disengagement has certainly bore fruits, because yesterday only the External Affairs Ministry had announced that how the disengagement plan has been agreed upon, and the Prime Minister also reinforcing it today in his in the bilateral talks, that how there should be close coordination between India and China. Chinese President, even their state media has also hinted, put out a statement attributing it to Mr. Xi Jinping, that he also underscored the fact that India and China, being close neighbors, should now look for more peace, prosperity and coordination. And that is why Indian Prime Minister also, when he spoke today in that bilateral meeting with Xi Jinping, he underscored the fact that these border issues should be, he sort of backed the entire plan, that how this has been resolved. The border issue has now resolved, and now we should move to the next step. And the External Affairs Ministry today, in this press briefing which I was just attending right now, they said that now the special representatives of both sides, be it on the foreign minister level or the special representatives addressing the border issue, will be meeting very soon, for the timing of which has not been announced yet. But it is in the pipeline, and as the Prime Minister met his counterpart today, now it's up to the External Affairs Ministry, the military leadership also, to decide the modalities of this disengagement.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Mohammad Ghazali reporting there on this important story. That's all the time that we have in this edition. News and update continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
I don't know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first, on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds a bilateral meeting with China's Xi Jinping 5 years after their last meeting. Earlier at the BRICS summit in Russia, the Prime Minister said that dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big bilateral meeting with Xi Jinping after 5 years. The Prime Minister has stressed on peace on borders. He has said that that should be the priority. Bengaluru building collapse. 8 people have been declared dead. Bengaluru building owner has been arrested now. The Karnataka Chief Minister could also be visiting the collapse site. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi files nomination from Wayanad, which used to be her brother's constituency. Priyanka Gandhi also led a roadshow before filing her nomination. This marks her electoral debut, and the elections will be held on the 13th of November. Supreme Court slams centre over stubble burning. The top court has also grilled Punjab and Haryana state government. Supreme Court has said that all action taken on fires is just an eyewash. Centre has blasted X over hoax calls to airlines. In the midst of a barrage of hoax calls received by airlines in the last few days, the Union Ministry of Electronics and IT has slammed social media platform X. Says that the social media platform was abetting crime in stopping the spread of such alerts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Bengaluru has been reeling under incessant rain for the past 3 days, bringing several residential areas and roads under knee-deep water. In fact, heavy rains have caused severe waterlogging in several parts of Bengaluru. Even as the city battles severe flooding, its infrastructure problems have taken another hit. In fact, a video shared on X has gone viral showing a physically challenged woman falling into a water-filled pothole during heavy rains near Halasali. In fact, while the video has sparked outrage over BBMP's failure to maintain the city's roads, with residents and opposition leaders now voicing their anger over this incident, an under-construction building in Bengaluru has collapsed with nearly 20 workers working in it. In fact, that also led to the deaths of at least 8 people. Bhuvan Reddy, the owner of the multi-story building, has now been arrested. The building contractor, Muniappa, has also been detained for further investigation into what could have been potential violations. Clearly, Bengaluru, the IT capital of the country, the dream destination for investors, deserves more. Joining me now is Priya Chetty Rajagopal. We also have Sudhir Krishna, who is the former Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India. Thank you both of you for joining me on this show. Priya, to you first, tell us the problems that people of Bengaluru are facing, because the civic body has said nearly 100 lakes are overflowing and 1,500 houses have been affected. So there are overflowing lakes, there are flooded roads, there are potholes. How has everyday life been impacted in Bengaluru?
The weather has been extremely erratic in the last few days. So there's been heavy rain, there's a lot of sunshine. So one really doesn't know what is happening. But, to put it in context, the thing that we're really focused on is the building collapse right now. And that has, I think, as little to do with the rain as to do with structural issues and the lack of focus on the building bylaws that BBMP has set up many years ago. So this has happened about 2021. It's happening again now. So the weather is I think just one trigger which has resulted in the loss of so many lives, and I'm sure there are probably a few more people stuck inside that the building. What concerns me is that the 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 bylaws, the kind of checklist that exists in terms of giving sanctions are not being followed. Now, this may sound like a cliche, but it only is found out in the breach. That is when something like this happens. And I think if we were just to do a quick analysis of maybe 60 buildings in that area, you will find that about 40 of them either don't have a sanction or at least will have have been bypassed by BBMP or not even been checked at all. So these are concerns because these are lives. And this is something that is really, really concerning me in terms of the long-term safety of residents in the city.
Right.
So I would certainly accede to your point about the issue being primarily about the weather and the tremendous rain. But that's something that does happen every now and then. We just cannot be so unprepared. And secondly, how will the building sanctions and the bylaws be more firmly and more strongly sort of put into place in the months and years to come?
Right. Priya, also tell us, the kind of action that the state government is taking with respect to arresting the contractor, the building owner. Do you think that is something that has been reassuring, or do you think that is that's just procedural?
It's procedural. I mean, what else can they do? I mean, could they not arrest somebody? Could they sort of they would have to take some action, and the most obvious person is the contractor. My question is, go back into which area this BBMP site comes under. Go back into who gave the sanction, if at all. Go back to the revenue inspector who's under whose purview this comes, and I think there make an arrest.
Right.
Because that's the only thing that will send out a strong, a message that this is to be prevented, not actioned subsequently. The prevention is you can't lose lives. And you can't lose it on predictable, preventable issues like this. It really worries me. So I'm asking you, there is a system in place. We are not following it. The contractor certainly it has to be penalized and certainly has to be punished.
Right.
But what about the structure that we depended on to make sure this doesn't happen?
Right.
Please take strong action there.
Right. Sudhir Krishna, how do you deal with infra mess or these issues in cities like Bengaluru, which also have legacy issues? There are people talking about frequent installation of underground cables or pipelines. There are also this perpetual stormwater drain problem in Bengaluru. Then, of course, potholes. We talk about quality of road networks, the kind of material that's being used. Building sustainable infrastructure that can actually withstand seasonal weather impacts. But what do you do about these legacy problems, problems that have taken years for it to be built and now probably will take years for it to be solved?
Absolutely. So at the outset, I thank you for taking up this issue because the matter of infrastructure is very serious and it is impacting the situation like what has happened now. So there are two dimensions to it. One is planning and second is governance. So planning part is so very crucial now, more than ever before, because people are migrating to cities and it is an unending migration. We have not enough migration now. Just about 35% of population is in cities. It will go up to 50% in the next 10 to 12 years. So many more people will come to cities and cities have to be prepared with proper infrastructure. In the absence of that, unauthorized construction and people converting their single story building into 4-story and using small open spaces to construct multi-story like what you are showing on the screen, all that will put serious pressure on the existing infrastructure. So detailed planning of the cities are required, and along with that, we have developed satellite towns, and satellite towns has to be an unending story. Bangalore is doing excellent, by developing satellite town ring road. It must be taken up soon and completed soon. Around the satellite town ring road, new township should come. So people should move away from the core Bangalore rather than creating, more and more pressure on the existing cities. And if we don't allow people to go outside, by providing proper infrastructure and facilities in those areas, then this is going to happen. And of course, governance is the second part.
Right.
We should have, in this case, accountability is not only for that case which has happened. Should we not take it as a general case for the entire city of Bangalore and even beyond all cities to take a look at the unauthorized construction as to what is going on? Chintal Paradiso is a very talked about case in Gurgaon.
Right.
Where the whole multi-story building properly allowed to be constructed, even that is collapsing and people are being asked to vacate. So it's a very serious matter. Governance of the cities require more manpower, qualified manpower, properly trained, and all those things are now. We have to prepare for it. Yesterday's manpower cannot handle tomorrow's cities. This is a new challenge now for us, which we have to recognize and prepare for.
So upskilling of manpower is also an important issue. Also, Priya, those are very valid points. Also, some of the things that you said, particularly lives getting lost because of these violations, which could have been easily checked. When you talk about other infra problems in the city, there is also the story of extremes, because you see, the Deputy Chief Minister talk about tunnel roads and sky decks. There are also, it's the IT capital, so there are many innovations that we keep reading about when it comes to Bengaluru. At the same time, there are these basic pressing issues, crumbling roads, constant flooding. What is your expectation from the government specifically with regard to solving these very basic issues?
See, vision is required for the city. See, localized development is not going to solve the problem. Vision means, we have to have a water plan for the city, drainage plan. How much water comes in a rainfall comes into the city, how much water comes out of the sewerage system, and where does it go, how much we can recycle and put to reuse for the entire Bangalore and even little beyond also area. That is a number. And similarly, road network also, from where people origin destination, OD surveys are required, from where people are coming to which place they are going, what kind of transportation systems are required. And with the satellite imagery facility and the software availability, these things are not at all difficult and not at all costly.
Right.
But what is required is a visionary planning for which the whole system is available. But I think a determined action is required. I suggest that, this is a good time now. Some such incidents should trigger thought process now, not merely penalizing or punishing one culprit here,
right.
or thinking
so
about
accountability
resolving
is key here. Priya, would you like to answer that?
Yes. I think the collective intelligence of Bangalore is very high, So this is repeatedly, sort of denigrating and insulting the intelligence of very sound, very concerned and very participative Bangalore citizens. Now, if there is an overarching policy and a set of rules that have been put into place, I think it should not be just left as something that is aspirational. It should be absolutely implemented and checked for implementation. Now, departures like the akrama sakrama and all that just encourage corruption and encourage more violations in the future. And the shock of this, that it's a 15 to 20 square feet road with a 6-story construction. I mean, it is beyond even logic that this can be imagined. And newer places as they're coming up, there are people perhaps with may not that kind of stretch to invest in site engineers or to check on the soil testing, etc. But this is part of BBMP's and the Town and Country Planning Council's duty.
Right.
So this really needs to be done. So even if I'm overemphasizing this, I mean, there are some very basic things that really need to be actioned. What galls me, and I'm sure that you must be feeling the same way, that this is not a new story. It happened in 23, it happened in 2011, the walls collapsed somewhere else. It's happening in multiple cities, so we're not alone in that.
Right.
But there's no joy in claiming that we're not alone in these kind of tragedies. The fact is also, which is a little tragic, that the people who died here were building workers.
Right.
So migrant workers may not be missed by somebody over here. So, we will move on. Tomorrow will be another day.
Right.
But what are the Credais of the world, or the district commissioner? There's a new district commissioner I think we have in town. What are we doing to implement? I would strongly suggest there should be surprise checks being laid out. There should be, the Bangalore minister should be held accountable for making sure it filters down, right down the ranks. That
so a sense of accountability, I think, is the most important thing here. Thank you, Mr. Sudeep Krishna. Thank you, Priya, for joining us on this broadcast. And like Priya said, what holds good for Bengaluru today also holds good for other leading cities. Clearly, it is not just Bengaluru that's going through this, but of course, solutions have to be urgent, solutions have to be specific. We need a lot of fixing when it comes to urban centers of the country. Here's a look at what really happened in Bengaluru with regard to this urban mess that we're talking about.
As heavy rains triggered an infrastructure collapse in the IT city with waterlogged roads, a building collapse in Bengaluru's Babu Sapalya left the citizens outraged. The building, which had 2 illegal floors, has raised questions on unauthorized structures in the city and the substandard material used to build them. While the owner of the building has been arrested, what is the government doing to prevent a repeat?
We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. Where all such type of illegal construction are going on, we are going to stop immediately. I'll conduct a big survey on this. I'll inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer of property, such type of property which there are no plan sanction.
Since the collapse at 4:40 p.m. on the 22nd of October, the police, the SDRF and NDRF have been working at the site to rescue the survivors and clear the debris.
यहाँ पे हम हेलिंग सर्च, कानाइन सर्च और जो भी टेक्निकल सर्च में हमारे पास इक्विपमेंट है, लाइव डिटेक्टर 1 और अभी हमने रडार मंगाया है.
This is a hard-hitting lesson. Be it the crippling infrastructure, illegal construction or unlawful encroachments, a lot has to be done. The state government has promised action, but the question is if this action will be stringent enough to work as a deterrent and make Bengaluru a better place. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Meanwhile, to the most important story today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held bilateral talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan in Russia. In fact, this was a very important meeting, the first between the two leaders in 5 years. They met for an informal summit in Mahabalipuram in 2019. Just months before the LAC standoff in 2018, a similar meeting was also held when the Prime Minister travelled to Wuhan for a 2-day informal summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said today that India-China ties are important for the progress of the world. He said that we welcome our agreement on border. In fact, he also said that peace on borders should be the priority. He also said that mutual trust should be the basis of all ties. This meeting is specifically important in the backdrop of the two countries arriving at an agreement on patrolling arrangements in areas along the LAC line of actual control. India has pulled off this extremely challenging task of getting China to agree to return to the patrolling agreements along the LAC in eastern Ladakh. That is the same place where there used to be clashes in 2020.
आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है. हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है. एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं. सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए. म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए. आज इन सभी विषयों पर बात करने का अवसर मिला है. मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan. It's the first time for us to have a formal meeting in 5 years' time. Both the people in our two countries and the international community are paying great attention to our meeting.
相互成就，
China and India are both ancient civilizations, major developing countries, and important members of the global south. It's important for both sides to have more communication and cooperation, properly handle our differences and disagreements, and to facilitate each other's pursuit of development aspirations.
Prime Minister Modi met with President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS summit. This meeting happened, as you are all aware, close on the heels of the disengagement and patrolling agreement and the resolution of issues that had arisen in the India-China border areas in 2020. Naturally, the two leaders welcomed the agreement reached between the two sides through sustained dialogue over the last several weeks in diplomatic as well as military channels.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us with more details on the story. Ghazali, the Prime Minister saying that Indo-China ties are important for the progress of the world, making the statement in Russia in BRICS summit. Tell us the key takeaways from this statement of the Prime Minister.
See, I'll just read out the first part of the statement which the Prime Minister spoke about in this bilateral meet on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, that how mutual cooperation, trust and peace along the border is very important. And this comes as after the disagreement, the disengagement plan was agreed upon between India and China, and this has been going on for the last 4 years since the Galvan clash, which is started off in 2020. And the last bilateral meet between Mr. Modi and Mr. Xi Jinping happened in 2019. So this bilateral talks happening after 5 years, and also a very successful disengagement plan has been agreed upon by both the sides. And even the state media or the Chinese president, Mr. Xi Jinping, was also quoted saying that perhaps there needs to be a larger and a bigger cooperation and coordination between the two countries. And Prime Minister also hinted, Prime Minister Modi said that now it's time to move beyond the border dispute, because peace along the border is very important and that should be the top priority. We have been talking about conflict in West Asia, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, but this particular conflict between the two sides, so the dispute between the two sides, not a conflict, has been sort of resolved up to the maximum level, from where both the Prime Minister Mr. Modi and Xi Jinping both sat down for a bilateral talk, hinting that perhaps this was a process, it was a gradual process, took time for the last 4 years, but it has been successfully resolved. And now perhaps the special representatives who are concerned with the border dispute between the two countries, so both the representatives will also meet in some time. That actual timing has not, or schedule has not been announced by the External Affairs Ministry, but in the presser it was hinted that not only the special representative concerning the border disputes, but also the foreign ministers of both the countries will be meeting in the future. So this certainly is a big breakthrough that India and China have finally agreed upon the disengagement plan along the LOC and the status quo which was there before the March 20 Galvan clash. And also the Prime Minister and his counterpart in the China, they both spoke about moving forward, going towards more coordination and cooperation. And this was, Vasudha, this was going on for a while. We had seen articles and editorials coming in from the Chinese state media also pushing for the same. So finally, the results of all the dialogue, and it must be stressed upon that both the parties continued the dialogue in the back channel, talks were going on, and that has led to this disengagement plan which has been agreed upon by both sides.
Also, it's believed that India has pulled off this extremely challenging task of getting China to return to the patrolling agreement which used to exist on LAC, in 2020 before the clashes happened. Tell us, of course, there were a lot of back-channel talks. What is the future now? Does this also mean that bilateral ties will also be restored, the political ties will also be restored, or do you think that there is a long road ahead for that?
See, first of all, when it comes to the LAC-related issues, the External Affairs Ministry said that perhaps more steps will be taken or decisions will be taken by the military leadership, certainly hinting towards the Defense Ministry of what will be the modalities of the patrolling along the LAC, which has been discussed by both the parties. But beyond that, China has also been talking about, their experts and their diplomats have been pushing for this Indo-China trade to prosper in the coming days. So certainly this was the biggest hurdle which has been resolved by now, as per the statement from both sides, both India and China, the bilateral talks hinting that perhaps things are moving forward in a constructive way.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with details. Shamim Zakaria, senior Chinese journalist, also joins us. Thank you, Shamim, for joining us on this broadcast. Tell us, how is China viewing this headway that both countries have made with regard to disengagement talks? And also, does that also mean that there will be de-escalation and in some ways demilitarization that could be happening anytime soon, restoration of political ties? Or do you think that there is time for that?
Sure. Like, China has been taking this development very positively because this is definitely a significant breakthrough in the bilateral relations of both the countries. And there were a lot of talks going on as a backdoor diplomacy for a very long time now. And for some reason, all the other talks, be it direct flight resumption between both the countries, please remember that direct flight has been suspended even before COVID, and it's been almost 5 years now. There has been no direct flight between the two countries. So, and also there were some problems with the trade and economic cooperation as well. So everything was somehow dependent on this border talks. And once this breakthrough has been made, we can definitely expect that other things will be falling in place. And even a couple of months back, there were talks between Chinese aviation authorities and the Indian counterparts. And Chinese government has been trying to push India to resume direct flights. But I think now this will be, with this breakthrough, we can expect things to go in a positive direction. Moreover, if you look at the Chinese state media or the Chinese foreign ministry, they have been tight-lipped about the details of this discussion. Of course, they have acknowledged that a breakthrough has been made and there has been talks, but the detail has not been released. So probably in the coming days, we'll be getting to know what are the details. And most importantly, I think this will lead to, there was a trust deficit for a very long time. I think this will somehow help to rebuild that trust. And eventually, we'll definitely can see de-escalation and demilitarization of the border. Definitely, that's the eventual outcome of this breakthrough.
Right. Thank you so much, Shamim, for joining us on this broadcast. Those are the visuals of the PM departing from Kazan. The important meeting, the most important, much anticipated meeting of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Chinese President Xi Jinping is done. In fact, the bilateral meeting concluded with the Prime Minister emphasizing on the importance of peace on the border. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. We start with some breaking news from poll-bound Maharashtra. Two major developments there in connection to the assembly polls that are slated next month. First, that the Mahavikas Aghadi has finalized the seat-sharing formula. Names of 65 candidates of Shiv Sena, that's led by Uddhav Bal Thackeray, has been released. 85 seats each for Congress and the NCP, that is led by Sharad Pawar. UBT Shiv Sena has released its first list of 65 candidates. Aditya Thackeray will be contesting from Worli. That's what we know so far. 85 seats for Congress and Sharad Pawar's NCP each, and rest of the seats would be going to smaller parties. That is the seat sharing formula that has come out as of now. Nana Patole, Congress chief of Maharashtra, has spoken on this. Let's listen in to what he said.
आज हमने एक निश्चित किया कि 270 का एक मत हमने किया है सीट के ऊपर, और जो 28 सीट है जो हमारी अलायंस है, सिकाप होगी, कम्युनिस्ट होगा, समाजवादी होगा, 18 सीट है जो हमारी 18 सीट जो है, तो उसमें जो हमारी अलायंस जो दल है उनसे भी हम चर्चा करके उनको भी कुछ जगह देने का है, और ये कल हम लोग पास में ये बाकी सीटों पे भी हमारा क्लियरेंस हो जाएगा, और महाविकास आघाड़ी करके हम लोग ये चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं, और महाराष्ट्र में महाविकास आघाड़ी की बहुमत की सरकार आएंगी।
My colleague Anuj joins us with more details on this. Anuj, tell us about the big names in the UBT list, and also what is actually the formula?
Well, the formula is slightly confusing, to be very honest, as of now, because both Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut, when they came down, firstly they made it very public that all the differences were over, and that is when, that is why they both sat together and talked about how there were rumors going around, how there is something wrong between Shiv Sena and Congress party, and especially between Sanjay Raut and Nana Patole. But then they put those rumors to rest first, and then when they started talking about formula, they said that Sharad Pawar had basically told all of them to address the media and tell the formula, which is 85, 85, 85 to all the three primary parties in Mahavikas Aghadi, that is Shiv Sena, UBT, NCP, Sharad Pawar faction and the Indian National Congress. And the rest 18 seats, according to them, are to be distributed amongst the other allies, be it the Samajwadi Party, the Communist Party, the Shetkari Kamgar Paksh, that is the peasants and the workers party. But then the basic confusion is that the 85 into 3 does not basically add up to 270. And that is what the leader said. It adds up to 255. So it is not 18 seats that just have to be distributed amongst the friends, but it is a question of 33 seats that is yet to be made public. And now, when we were talking to the leaders about this particular calculation, they said that amongst those 33 seats, most of the seats will be given to the friend parties, to the allies, the 3 or 4 relatively smaller allies here in the state, whereas the rest of them will again be redistributed amongst the 3 major parties. So, a formula as such has still not been made public, but all they told is that the reason why we are giving 85 formula for all the 3 major parties is so that the AB form distribution becomes clear, so that at least few candidates or at least a majority of the candidates rather from all the 3 parties can start working on the ground. And secondly, as far as the Shiv Sena list is concerned, they put out their first list just minutes before the press conference started of 65 people, and while they've named more than the candidates, it is the seats that is interesting, because we see that there were 12 seats in Vidarbha region and 3 seats in Mumbai, over which the debates in the Mahavikas Aghadi meetings were basically, they were consuming all of these meetings, and a few of those seats have already been mentioned in those lists, be it the Bandra East constituency, where Varun Sardesai's name has been mentioned in the list, who is a member of the Thackeray family, and also Ramtek seat, one of the seats from the 12 contentious seats in the Vidarbha region. But then there was also a clarification from Sanjay Raut that it is not necessarily a final list. Some changes are expected to be made in that list as well. So 2 major announcements today, firstly of the formula and secondly of the list, but both those
Right, Anush.
both of these things needs to have clarity.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anush, for those critical details. So what is the central premise with which parties are approaching Maharashtra elections? Remember, the NCP that's led by Ajit Pawar also came out with its first list today of 38 candidates. Sharad Pawar, on the other hand, has also been inducting a lot of people into his party. Mahayuti, of course, has come out with 182 candidates, 45 of Shiv Sena, 99 of the BJP and 38 of Ajit Pawar. So clearly, these lists are coming out. But will the post-poll dynamic be as important as pre-poll unity? Many questions there. Joining us now is Mahesh Tapase, Chief Spokesperson of NCP that's led by Sharad Pawar. We also have Brij Mohan Srivastav, Spokesperson NCP led by Ajit Pawar. We have Shazia Ilmi, Spokesperson BJP, and we have Amitabh Tiwari, who is a political analyst. Shazia, thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Shazia, there are reports that suggest that the BJP is, in some ways relieved because, it would be fighting the Congress on many seats. Does that and now that the Congress will be fighting on 85 seats, is that good news for the BJP?
Well, it's not as simple as that. These things are never as easy to, so I think overall, it is not just fighting the Congress. It is fighting on the trust of the people and what the vision of the alliance is. So all of these parties, and I think the voters know, the cadres know, that there has been so much of inner rancor amongst the warring factions that they've just come together for one sole purpose, to defeat the BJP. Whereas BJP stands for a lot of things, and Maharashtra has seen all that is being done over there in terms of development, in terms of I can give you so many numbers of all the development that has been done there, as in terms of what is progress for Maharashtra and for people there. Right. So I think overall it is for that. So Congress can fight 85 seats more and others, but I think clearly the way it's tilted, the scales are tilted towards BJP and our alliance, and you will see a BJP-led government in Maharashtra for sure.
Okay. Mr. Tapase, the seat sharing arrangements of MVA are slightly confusing, sir. I'm sure it must be confusing for you as well. Was it a hurriedly done exercise, because 85, 85, 85, which means 33 would be given to smaller parties, or do you think there would be another round of discussions?
Well, as per the latest press conference which happened some time back, we did hear Mr. Raut and Mr. Nana Patole say that the rest 33 seats will be divided between the other India Bloc Alliance, which is the Communist Party, the Samajwadi Party, and the Aam Aadmi Party. So that is yet to be finalized, and 85 amounts to 255, not 270. So there may have been a slight calculating error over there.
Yes.
But nevertheless, formula is out. So it might be 85 today, it can be 90, 90, 90 tomorrow, depends what happens exactly. and then the 18 seats may be bifurcated. So we are closing our cards, holding our cards very close to the chest, and we are certain that we will form the next government much to the disliking of the BJP as of now.
Right. Mr. Srivastav, in the last few days, we've seen Sharad Pawar induct a lot of people, from BJP office bearers to this two-time MLA Sandeep Nayak and also Lakshman Dubali that happened today. Do you think that Sharad Pawar is able to make that, at least drive out the statement that he has clout there? Something that your party has not been able to do, because I understand that your party has also been recruiting people, but these are not as high profile as the ones that Sharad Pawar's faction seems to be attracting.
Actually, we are not comparing our strength with any other party or any other faction. Simply, we are working on our alliance. We have decided to form the government in Maharashtra. Therefore, we have not divided 288 seats in BJP or Shiv Sena or in NCP. We have chosen the people who can contest the election, and those the candidates who are more popular and connected with the public. We have chosen those people amongst all our three parties. So we are sure if they are if few people are joining them, welcome. Why those people are welcome by them? It's all right. No, it's make no difference to us, because we are working on our planning. We are working on our strategy. And one thing is very clear: Maharashtra voter is very sensitive and very calculated voter. They know in central there will be a government of NDA for next 4 years and 6 months also. So for the development, and the Maharashtra voter is already think in the form of development of the state. So they know it, that the Mahayuti is only a party, Mahayuti is only an alliance which can give, which can deliver goods to the Maharashtra people. So we are sure that we will get this opportunity, and our leader Narendra Modi ji is well known a figure for that symbol of development in this country. So we are not worried. We are working on our line, and I am sure that we will form the government.
Amitabh Tiwari, just preliminary, optics of what is going on, the seat sharing talks. Which collective or which entity, which youth, Agadi, or which whatever Mahayuti, do you think is sort of seemingly more united in its presentation? Because whatever is happening in Mahayuti is happening behind closed doors. Whatever is happening with the Mahavikas Agadi, everything is out there in the open. Something that also hurt the Congress party in Haryana. Do you think that the Mahayuti is managing its differences well, or do you think there's genuinely an attempt to push momentum towards winning?
See, to be fair to MVA, even we do not have the seat sharing formula of Mahayuti. However, they have already announced candidates on 180 plus seats, which means on 65% of the seats they have already announced candidates. In a situation where there is a lot of political upheaval which has happened in Maharashtra in the last 5 years, wherein on each seat now each alliance has three probable candidates. It gives time to the Mahayuti candidates to manage discontent, rebellion, revolt. That's very important in an election wherein only around 3 weeks or around a month of electioneering is remaining. If the candidate names are delayed, like we've seen in the case of MVA, the seat sharing formula also arithmetically it's not tallying, so that there is no clarity whether on 15 seats the alliance partners will get, and on the balance 18 the three parties will share. But it is clearly done in a very hurriedly manner, because the perception was growing that the Shiv Sena, UBT and the Congress could contest separately, because the armed worker or the cadre does not know what is happening at the highest levels. So this perception was strongly on the ground, and that's why, to neutralize that, perhaps they with the formula. However, only Shiv Sena UBT has declared candidates. Other parties are yet to declare candidate. We could see a lot of revolt, rebellion, sabotage. There are on 100 seats, there are family members of a family who are either contesting or are demanding ticket from each of the parties. So the families also of Maharashtra are hedging their bets in that sense.
Okay. Last comment, Shazia, the BJP faced a huge setback in Maharashtra with its tally dropping to 9 from 23. But of course, Haryana elections has also shown you that corrective measures do work. But this time it's going to be allies with you. And do you think there is also that added danger of anti-incumbency that maybe Sena or NCP might face, which the BJP might have to also take on?
So, I mean, when you talk about anti-incumbency, you'll have to look at who's anti-incumbency, because you realize that both the alliances have been in power for periods, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing. But, it's just seat sharing and just having some kind of a understanding and cohesiveness is just is not the only variable. So which seats do these allies want? If you look at, I mean, we are very clear as to who wants what regions we're looking at, and there is a clear understanding.
Right.
Where there is Eknath Ji or Ajit Pawar, and where we are concerned. But when you look at Mahayuti, when you look at Mahavikas Aghadi, you realize that which seats are we talking about? There are seats which probably nobody wants. There are seats that you want more than others.
Okay, Shazia, I'm completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. It's going to be clearly an interesting election with the opposition parties looking to repeat their Lok Sabha performance in Maharashtra, where they clearly had an advantage over Mahayuti, and the BJP particularly working towards a repeat of its Haryana performance. We are tracking Maharashtra elections very closely. In fact, my colleague Radhika Ramsamy has this really special report from Kolaba to watch.
Hello everyone, welcome to the special election edition from the city of Mumbai. In fact, I'm in Kolaba, one of Mumbai's most iconic and historic constituencies. This constituency is a mix of culture, heritage and modernity. In fact, it perfectly blends old world charm and fast-paced dynamism of Maximum City. We start at the Gateway of India, symbol of Mumbai's colonial past and a gathering point for tourists and locals alike. Just look at this mighty arch, the monument that there is, a symbol of Mumbai's colonial past. This has witnessed history from royal visits to departure of British troops in 1947. Today, it stands as a proud emblem of city spirit. In fact, this monument was built in 1924. Detailed stone carvings, what you're seeing, evoking a sense of colonial era, when this was in fact the grand entry point to India for British viceroys and dignitaries. You can just sense the grandeur and history that the iconic monument embodies. It, of course, is rising 26 meters high. Now this majestic arch, of course, framing this Arabian Sea, offering stunning views of water and boats bobbing along the shore. Of course, today, it is a bustling spot. It is a bustling spot for both tourists and locals alike. They come to admire the symbol of Mumbai's past. Just look at the sheer number of people here who've come to admire not just the monument, the architecture, but also the sea right next to it. Of course, there are ferry rides also that go from here to other parts of Mumbai and outside of Mumbai as well. So this is the sheer architecture and a symbol of colonial era as far as the area of Kolaba is concerned, Gateway of India overlooking the majestic sea. Let me also get in a word from a bunch of photographers who've been working here for the longest time outside of the Gateway of India. तो आप बताइए कितने सालों से इधर काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं तो 2001 से हूँ।
2001 से?
जी।
अच्छा, आप?
सम वही 2001
से। सर आप बताइए।
89।
हाँ?
89
से। अच्छा, कोलाबा कैसे बदली है अभी इतने सालों से?
बहुत खूबसूरत बन चुकी है।
बहुत खूबसूरत। और लोग पहले जितना आते थे अभी भी आ रहे हैं, क्या चेंजेस है इधर?
बहुत उससे ज्यादा आते हैं ना।
हाँ।
पहले से अभी भी ज्यादा आते हैं।
Right next to Gateway of India, standing tall and proud, is Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, a symbol of heritage, luxury and resilience. Despite the devastating 26/11 attacks, Taj rose from the ashes, reopening its doors with even greater strength, symbolizing Mumbai's never give up spirit. You can see the striking facade that overlooks Arabian Sea, featuring grand dome, intricate stonework and elegant arches. In fact, Taj over the last several decades has been host of dignitaries, host of celebrities and tons of world leaders over the last several years. In fact, it is not just a symbol of heritage and luxury, but also a symbol of Indian hospitality industry. Standing tall and proud is Taj Mahal Hotel in Colaba. The bustling Colaba Causeway, a commercial hub that embodies vibrancy as well as diversity of this constituency. As you can see, this entire street is lined with all kinds of shops that sells jewelry, clothes to shoes and bags. Let's go across to some of these people here. It also has cafes, old and new, restaurants, old and new. So clearly a commercial hub of sorts as far as Colaba constituency is concerned. Let's find out what these shop owners want. How long have you been running the business? Since elections are coming, what are some of your requests and demands to the regime?
This is my shop from 60 years now, and I'm doing this imitation jewelry from 18 years now.
Okay.
मुझे बस इतना ही कहना है गवर्नमेंट से कि क्लीन गवर्नमेंट आवे और मेजॉरिटी में आवे जो अच्छा काम करे।
और लेकिन आपके बिजनेस वाइज कैसे है कंपेयर टू प्रीवियस इयर्स? ऑनलाइन के कंपेयर करें?
ऑनलाइन में भी फर्क पड़ा है और टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गया अभी एकदम, क्योंकि महंगाई बहुत बढ़ गई है। तो जब डॉलर का रेट बढ़ जाता है तो रुपीस डाउन होता है, तो इधर कस्टमर्स पहले जैसे नहीं आते इधर हमारे यहाँ, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत महंगा हो चुका है, होटल्स और वो सब। वो हिसाब से भी फ़र्क पड़ा है। और रिसेशन अभी ये टाइम 2 साल से जब से 26/11 अटैक हुआ तब से टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गए हमारे पास। जो है वो लोकल कस्टमर से ही बिजनेस होता है।
Now we turn our attention to Sassoon Docks in Colaba, one of city's oldest docks and a very vital and integral part of the city's fishing industry. In fact, this was established in 1875. Docks have been the lifeline for fishing community of Colaba, providing livelihoods for generations. In fact, the bustling atmosphere of the docks reflect the hard work and resilience of the people here. Of course, there are important concerns about modernization, environmental sustainability. So residents here, and in fact fishermen community here, hoping that leadership balances development, their livelihood and preserving the traditional way of life. So we will go across to some of these fishermen community to understand what their concerns are and what has been hampering their livelihood over the last several years, and how are they managing the business considering the challenges in these days. Let's go straight across to some of them. तो हम कोलाबा का प्रोफाइल कर रहे हैं, ससून डॉक के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। तो इधर जो फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी है उनका क्या मांग है? अभी इलेक्शन आने वाला।
इलेक्शन तो उन लोगों को क्या है, मोदी अच्छा रहना मांगता है और कोली लोग को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना मांगता है ना। इधर सब इलेक्शन चलते टाइम पर ये चलता है, बाद में कुछ देखता नहीं ना कोई। अभी ये बंद होने वाला बोलता है, बंद होएगा, लेकिन बंद नहीं होएगा ना वो।
हाँ, तो अभी पहले कुछ सालों से अभी कितना फर्क है बिजनेस में?
इसमें 60-70% फर्क पड़ गया है।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
क्यों? लेकिन क्यों?
उधर उन लोगों को परिवर्तन है, इधर लोग मच्छी को भाव नहीं, ये नहीं, इसलिए वो करन जा गए ना कई लोग, बोट वाला लोग
छोड़ के गांव चले गए।
हाँ, गाँव चले गए, उधर बिजनेस चालू कर दिया ना उन लोगों ने, वो करन जा उरन के पास।
तो अभी क्या, अभी 1-2 मांग अगर अभी देना है अगले गवर्नमेंट को तो क्या होगा? वो
अभी मांग देना होएगा तो उन लोगों को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट में। उनको थोड़ा डीजल का भाव, ये भाव भी बढ़ गया ना बहुत डीजल का, उनको लोगों को भी परिवर्तन है ना। कंपनी भी मच्छी को भाव देना मांगता है ना, कंपनी भाव देगा तो उन लोगों को भी परिवर्तन।
तो मच्छीमार को थोड़ा मदद करने का, दूसरा कुछ नहीं मांगता है हम लोग को, सरकार से हम लोग को कुछ नहीं मांगता है। और हम लोग को लड़का लोग घर में ना उसको नौकरी दो। अभी मच्छीमार हम लोग का कुछ रह गया नहीं, मच्छी भी नहीं ना कुछ भी नहीं है, सब वोट गए करंजे में। वो लोग को नौकरी देगा तो हम लोग उसको वोट देंगे। अभी हम लोग को नार्वेकर ही साथ देते हैं, दूसरा कोई नहीं इधर है। और नार्वेकर है जब भी इधर है हम लोग का है।
आपका धंधा भी कैसे चल रहा है?
धंधा ही ना चलता है। ये देख सुबह से कितना काटेल है, देख ये देख, ये देख कितना है, 130 रुपए से काटेल है। कितना बजे आया? 6 बजे। फिर क्या करेगा? मेरा तो आदमी नहीं है, कमाने वाला मेरा कोई नहीं। मेरा 2 बच्चे हैं, वो घर में है। उसका बच्चा लोग को देखेगा क्या? उसका मम्मी को देखेगा। अभी तू ही बोल, कोई देखने वाला है हम लोग का? वो लोग इतना महंगा हो गया है, सब चावल का भाव, तेल का भाव, सिलेंडर का भाव, लाइट बिल इतना आता है। हाँ, अरे 130 रुपए में क्या कमाएंगे हम लोग?
Colaba is a constituency that embraces history while looking towards the future. In fact, as elections approach, the needs of its diverse population, including fishermen, business owners, and cultural preservers, will be at the forefront of electoral conversation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that
and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met with President Xi Jinping in Russia. We'll get you all the highlights. This meeting coming after 5 years. Also, the Mahavikas Aghadi bloc in Maharashtra has arrived at a seat-sharing agreement. All that and more. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping meet in Russia for the first bilateral meeting since 2019. Prime Minister says peace on the border, mutual trust should be the priority. The Mahavikas Aghadi bloc finally arrives at a seat-sharing agreement ahead of the Maharashtra election. The Congress, UBT Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar NCP will get 85 seats each. The remainder seats go to smaller parties. Aditya Thackeray to contest from Worli. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra files her nomination papers in Wayanad in Kerala for the forthcoming by-poll, marking her debut in electoral politics. Odisha and Bengal brace for Cyclone Dana that will make landfall on Thursday evening. Heavy rain expected in around 11 districts, and the Kolkata airport will suspend operations for 15 hours from tomorrow evening. After going down in Bengaluru to the Kiwis in the opening test of the series, Team India's comeback strategy will be a low and slow spinning track in Pune, but they will stick to their aggressive batting approach, says coach Gautam Gambhir. And former UK Prime Minister David Cameron at the NDTV World Summit says Britain strongly supports India's UNSC seat, but also adds that Security Council reform is extremely difficult to get done. Our top story now, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping met in Russia today for the first bilateral meeting since 2019 on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. Ties between India and China had taken a severe hit since the military standoff in Ladakh as a result of Beijing's unilateral actions of violating the line of actual control, the de facto border between the two countries. Prime Minister Modi said in his remarks at that meeting, maintaining peace and stability on the border should remain our priority. He also added that mutual trust, mutual respect and mutual sensitivity should remain the basis of our relations, while Xi Jinping spoke of the importance of the right directions of their bilateral relations.
आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है। एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए। आज इन सभी विषयों पर बात करने का अवसर मिला है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी।
Prime Minister Modi met with President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS summit. This meeting happened, as you are all aware, close on the heels of the disengagement and patrolling agreement and the resolution of issues that had arisen in the India-China border areas in 2020. Naturally, the two leaders welcomed the agreement reached between the two sides through sustained dialogue over the last several weeks in diplomatic as well as military channels.
So much awaited India-China bilateral between PM Modi and President Xi Jinping has concluded. Important takeaways from that are that both leaders welcome the recent agreement for complete disengagement and a resolution of issues that rose in 2020 in the India-China border region. Prime Minister Modi underscored the importance of properly handling all the differences and disputes so that they do not disturb peace and tranquility in the region. The two leaders have also agreed that special representatives will be talking about India-China boundary question who haven't met since 2019, but soon they will be meeting. There will be an early meeting, and we are also learning that there would be meetings between the foreign ministers as well. So this is a very important takeaway that both the leaders are agreeing to this, and also that there are relevant mechanisms for these kinds of dialogues. India has said that there are relevant dialogue mechanisms for the level of foreign ministers. So on that also there will soon be meet, and the communication will resume. The two leaders have also affirmed that stable, predictable and amicable bilateral relations between India and China as two neighbors and two largest nations on the earth are really, it will have a positive impact on the region and global peace and prosperity. So this one bilateral for which we had been waiting for some time, and it was one of the most important, has finally happened, and the two leaders seem to have had a conversation in a very positive atmosphere, and it seems that things are moving forward once again as the communication lines open and other issues which have been resolved now they'll be also worked upon. So this is a very positive outcome of India-China bilateral.
And let's get you more highlights from the BRICS summit. Earlier, a closed-door plenary session of the summit, Prime Minister Modi said that India supports dialogue and diplomacy, not war. He also spoke about energy security and how inflation, food security are the main concerns.
इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई-कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है, उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा। क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है। रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है। ब्रिक्स देशों के बीच फाइनेंशियल इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलैरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा।
The Kazan declaration has been accepted, the BRICS declaration has been accepted, and the leaders have said that the summit, they have reiterated the importance of further enhancing the BRICS solidarity. Now, this was the first time where the new members had also joined the BRICS summit, and this has made the summit, this has made the BRICS even more stronger. They have talked about BRICS solidarity and cooperation based on mutual interest and key priorities. PM Modi also has said during the intervention that the decision should be taken by consensus, and of course the older members, the founder members' views should be respected, and that is also one point. There has been talk about local currency, usage of local currencies. There is a conversation going about that, and they have also talked about strengthening the multilateralism for a more just and democratic world order. We have known that the Global South has felt not heard, and India has been taking a leadership in that as well, and Global South is represented amply here in BRICS summit. So that too is a very important development where the BRICS declaration talks about it, about the potential of these BRICS countries which are from Latin America, Asia, Africa, and of course Russia and China are here. So this is also a very important point. One important point regarding the present situation which BRICS declaration talks about is respect of human rights, because the two wars are going on, and the declaration also talks about respecting the human rights in any sort of situations, and it also talks about finance and helping each other. So this is a wide document. This is a very well-rounded document. But the most important part is Russia has been able to give a message to the rest of the world that it is not isolated, because more than 24 countries leaders were here, more than 32 countries delegations were here. So this is one of a success for President Putin as far as the isolation accusations or presumptions go.
All right, let's move on now to news of elections in Maharashtra, and two major developments this evening ahead of Maharashtra polls, which are less than a month away. First, the MVA has finalized the seat-sharing formula. The Mahavikas Aghadi, it's named, in fact, 65 candidates of the UBT Sena have also been released. So the first list they're released. What the decision that they have come to is that there will be 85 seats each for the Congress, for Sharad Pawar NCP, and for the UBT Shiv Sena. Aditya Thackeray already announced he will be contesting from Worli, and earlier today Ajit Pawar NCP released its first list, and Devendra Fadnavis is expected to hold a meeting with Amit Shah.
आज हमने एक निश्चित किया कि 85 270 का एक मत हमने किया है सीट के ऊपर, और जो 28 सीट है जो हमारी अलायंस है, सिकाप होगी कम्युनिस्ट होगा, समाजवादी होगा, 18 सीट है जो हमारी 18 सीट जो है, तो उसमें जो हमारी अलायंस जो दल है उनसे भी हम चर्चा करके उनको भी कुछ जगह देने का है। और ये कल हम लोग पास में ये बाकी सीटों पे भी हमारा क्लियरेंस हो जाएगा और महाविकास आघाड़ी करके हम लोग ये चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं और महाराष्ट्र में महाविकास आघाड़ी की बहुमत की सरकार आएंगी।
All right, let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, interesting to see Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut, they're sitting together at that press conference, finally announcing the seat-sharing agreement, given so much was made of the breakdown of relationship between the two leaders. However, all is in the past now, and finally that seat-sharing agreement arrived at.
That's right, Gargi. Looks like all's well within MVA. Of course, Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut had been at loggerheads over seats over the last several weeks, but they sat together and came up with a rough formula. Of course, we can call it a rough formula because it is not the final formula. It's subject to change, is something that the leaders have said. It's 85, 85, 85, which means 255 seats within MVA. The remaining seats, as Patole said, will go to the other parties, the smaller parties, including CPI, SP, and then it may get once again redistributed within MVA. So it is a rough formula at the moment to clear the air that there are no disputes. So that's what it is all about. Of course, we don't know the seats and candidates yet, except in the Sena faction, UBT Sena faction. They've released a list of 65 candidates, which, as you said, include Aditya Thackeray from Worli, as well as Kedar Dige, who is the nephew of Anand Dige. That's going to be an interesting battle because Kedar will be contesting against Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in that important constituency in Thane. Besides that, several other incumbent MLAs included in that particular list of UBT Sena. UBT Sena announcing 65 names. This is actually the first list as far as the MVA is concerned. Of course, now they've come up with this 255 formula, but that is also subject to change, is something that the leaders have said after the distribution of seats within smaller parties. It may get redistributed, but clearly there are disputes as far as some of these seats within Mumbai and Vidarbha regions are concerned, which is why there is no candidate names as such from the other parties. So discussion still going on at least about 12 to 13 seats is what we are getting to know, but perhaps that may get resolved in a day or two. Whereas in Mahayuti camp, of course, all the three parties have released its first list. Almost 180 names are out within Mahayuti, but 100 more to go, which is why now, of course, all the top leaders, including Fadnavis as well as Ajit Pawar, could perhaps be meeting Amit Shah, because even in Mahayuti camp, there are disputes over multiple seats. That has to be ironed out. Those differences have to be ironed out, which is why top leaders here will be meeting the top leadership in Delhi. So all in all, looks like things are fine in MVA. It is a rough list. It is a rough formula that they have come up with. But more lists will be released in the days to come. More names will come out as far as, NCP Sharad Pawar and the other parties are concerned.
All right, thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us there with the very latest. The other political development today, Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra filed her nomination papers in Wayanad for the upcoming bypoll in the Lok Sabha constituency. This marks her debut in electoral politics. She submitted 3 sets of nomination papers, and she was joined by Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, her husband Robert Vadra, and their son, as well as party president and other leaders.
Congress leaders and cadre showed up in big numbers at Wayanad ahead of the filing of nomination papers by Priyanka Gandhi for the parliamentary bypoll on November 13. Husband Robert Vadra, son Roheen, mother Sonia Gandhi and brother Rahul Gandhi accompanied the 52-year-old Congress General Secretary as she took her first step towards making her electoral debut.
I campaigned for the first time for my father in the 1989 general election. It is now 35 years. I have campaigned for my mother, I have campaigned for my brother, for many of my colleagues.
Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi had vacated Wayanad while retaining Raebareli after having won with a majority of 3.6 lakh ahead of CPI's Annie Raja, with the BJP's K. Surendran coming third. Rahul Gandhi had won the seat in 2019 with a margin of over 4 lakh.
Wayanad is the only constituency in the country that has 2 members of parliament. One is the official member of parliament and the other is the unofficial member of parliament. And they will both work together to protect the interests of the people of Wayanad.
The BJP has fielded 39-year-old software engineer, Mahila Morcha leader Navya Haridas, while the LDF has fielded veteran communist leader Satyan Mokeri. Counting will happen on 23rd November. With inputs from Wayanad, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
News now from Bengaluru. And a day after an under-construction building collapsed there, the death toll has risen now to 8 people. 13 were rescued from the debris. As rain and infrastructure mess raise concerns in the city, illegal construction and substandard materials have necessitated a thorough probe. Pratibha Raman with all the details.
As heavy rains triggered an infrastructure collapse in the IT city with waterlogged roads, a building collapse in Bengaluru's Babu Sapalya left the citizens outraged. The building, which had 2 illegal floors, has raised questions on unauthorized structures in the city and the substandard material used to build them. While the owner of the building has been arrested, what is the government doing to prevent a repeat?
We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. Where all such type of illegal construction are going on, we are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this. I will inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer of property, such type of property which there are no plan sanction.
Since the collapse at 4:40 p.m. on the 22nd of October, the police, the SDRF and NDRF have been working at the site to rescue the survivors and clear the debris.
यहाँ पे हम हेलिंग सर्च, कानाइन सर्च और जो भी टेक्निकल सर्च में हमारे पास इक्विपमेंट है, लाइव डिटेक्टर 1 और अभी हमने रडार मंगाया है.
This is a hard-hitting lesson. Be it the crippling infrastructure, illegal construction or unlawful encroachments, a lot has to be done. The state government has promised action, but the question is if this action will be stringent enough to work as a deterrent and make Bengaluru a better place. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
As Cyclone Dana approaches, expected to make landfall on Thursday evening, both Odisha and West Bengal are bracing for the onslaught, taking various measures like evacuating residents from vulnerable areas and closing education institutions. Both governments have said that they've made arrangements for evacuation of 20 lakh people. The Kolkata airport will suspend flight operations for 15 hours from 6 p.m. on Thursday. Odisha, expected to bear the brunt of the storm, has readied 800 cyclone shelters.
सावधान सावधान सावधान, ये जानकारी आपको भारतीय तटरक्षक की तरफ से दी जा रही है. समुद्र में तूफान आ रहा है. आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप नजदीकी बंदरगाह की तरफ चले जाएं.
Schools closed, trains cancelled during Cyclone Dana's landfall. The Indian Coast Guard alerting all fishing vessels, urging them to return to shore immediately and seek shelter.
Seala Division has taken a call not to run any train after 8 p.m. on 24th of October, that is tomorrow, to 10 hours, 10 a.m. of 25th of October. The decision has been taken due to some precautionary measures that we don't want any movement of the trains when the cyclone will land in these areas.
Relief and rescue teams on standby as severe cyclonic storm Dana is expected to make landfall between Thursday evening and Friday morning between the coast of Kendrapada and Balasore district, more specifically near Dhamra port in Bhadrak district. Tourists along the coast have also been evacuated. Authorities of Paradip, Gopalpur and Dhamra ports have been asked to stay alert as coastal districts will face the brunt of the storm.
ଏବେ ଆମେ ସବୁ ଲାଇନ୍ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ ତରଫରୁ କାଲି ବି ମିଟିଂ ନେଇଥିଲୁ ଏବେ ସବୁ ଲାଇନ୍ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଆମର ମିଟିଂ ହେଇଛି ଫିଲ୍ଡରେ ସବୁ ବିଡ଼ିଓ और ତହସିଲଦାରଙ୍କୁ ଇନଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ସନ୍ ଦିଆଯାଇଛି ଆମର 140 जो साइक्लोन सेंटर अच्छी और किसी एडिशनल टेम्पररी साइक्लोन सेंटर अच्छी ताको ऑलरेडी रेडी कंडीशन रे आमे करिकी रखीछु.
Chief Minister of Odisha, Mohan Charan Majhi, and Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, have held meetings to tackle the impact of the cyclone.
সেক্রেটারি অলরেডি যাদের যাদের সাথে মিটিং করার এমনকি ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট থেকে শুরু করে কেএমসি লাইন ডিপার্টমেন্ট কোস্ট গার্ড আর্মি এনডিআরএফ আমাদের যারা আছেন এসডিআরএফ সবাইকে নিয়ে মিটিং অলরেডি কালেক্ট করেছি এই দুর্যোগ মোকাবিলার জন্য আমাদের সরকার পুরোপুরি প্রস্তুত আছে এবং যার জন্য স্টেট লেভেল এবং ডিস্ট্রিক্ট লেভেল এই দুটো জায়গাতেই ইন্টিগ্রেটেড কন্ট্রোল রুম ইতিমধ্যে চালু হয়ে গেছে এবং এটা 24/7 কাজ করছে.
Coastal areas of both Odisha and West Bengal are likely to see damage if wind speeds hit 120 kilometers per hour during the cyclone. Restoring power and other emergency services will be the priority, and authorities have made arrangements for that. Emergency response teams have been kept on standby at strategic locations to quickly address any damage that may be caused by the cyclonic storm. With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Cricket news now, and having gone down in the first test of the series versus New Zealand, pressures on India to quickly turn things around. Rohit Sharma said that he misread the pitch and that could once again be a contention as India takes on New Zealand in the second test match in Pune from tomorrow. A ball pitch with a low slow bounce will be at India's strategy of getting back at the Kiwis.
Magnificent catch. What about that one? What about that? See, what kind of a shot was that? Taken once more.
After 46 all-out in the first innings in Bengaluru, India are under pressure for a quick turnaround.
Another brilliant catch.
Head coach Gautam Gambhir opened up about his roller coaster of a sporting life.
तभी हम क्रिकेट को एक बहुत बड़ा लेवलर कहते हैं, स्पोर्ट्स को एक बहुत बड़ा लेवलर कहते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप ऐसे दिन एंजॉय करते हो जैसे दिन हमारे कानपुर में, तो फिर आपको ऐसे दिन भी एक्सेप्ट करने पड़ेंगे जैसे हमारे दिन बैंगलोर में थे. लेकिन अच्छी चीज ये थी कि 46 ऑल आउट होने के बावजूद वी वर स्टिल लुकिंग टू विन द टेस्ट मैच.
A bold and slow turning pitch will be laid out for the second test in Pune. It will be predominantly packed with black soil. Have lower bounce compared to the first test, a flatter and slower surface.
One thing we can't do is we can't change the surface. So for us, it's reacting to what's coming at us and adapting on the fly. Whereas Kiwis, that's what we pride ourselves on.
While the team is pushing for a win in the second test, a loss means that India will need to win 4 of their 6 remaining tests until the World Test Championship final. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
In an exclusive interview, former UK Prime Minister David Cameron spoke to NDTV at the NDTV World Summit, where he says that Britain strongly supports India's UNSC seat. However, he also added that Security Council reform is extremely difficult to get done.
Many of us in India believe that, internationally there is a bit of an inflection point on where India stands. One of India's longest demands has been a reform of the United Nations system, that, it needs to be more than just the P5. And the problem that India encounters is that inevitably there's a China veto if you're talking about UN Security Council reform. What's the way forward in that?
Well, I think Britain strongly supports India's membership of the UN Security Council. We should continue to make that clear, and the Prime Minister has done that, and I agree with him about that. The problem, as you say, is Security Council reform is incredibly difficult to get done.
Yes.
Everyone seems to be in favour of it in principle, but it doesn't happen in practice. I think, therefore, we shouldn't put all our efforts on that. At the same time, we should be asking ourselves, what more can we do to include India and Indian leadership in organisations like the G20, India now comes almost routinely to the G7, and I think that's right as a fellow democracy. And then what are the other things where we can work together? Working through the Commonwealth, India's new position in the Quad, Britain's bilateral relationship. All these things should reflect India's leadership in this century.
All right, and with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly mans. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who formally entered politics in 2019, has marked her electoral debut from Wayanad. Priyanka filed her nomination papers for the Lok Sabha by-elections from a seat that was vacated by her brother Rahul Gandhi. With the entire family, husband Robert Vadra, mother Sonia, brother and son by her side, as well as the Congress brass, Priyanka Gandhi held a roadshow in Wayanad today. Rahul Gandhi, who won both the Wayanad and Raebareli seat in the Lok Sabha polls, decided to retain the Uttar Pradesh constituency because that is the Gandhi family bastion that was represented by his mother, Sonia Gandhi, for 4 terms. Priyanka had managed the Raebareli seat since 2004 and had largely been away from the spotlight. Her formal role in the Congress started when she was inducted into the Congress Working Committee after being put in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Though she worked for Rahul in Amethi, he lost the seat to BJP's Smriti Irani in 2019. Priyanka's Ladki Hoon, Lad Sakti Hoon campaign for the 2022 Uttar Pradesh Assembly elections failed to revive the Congress organization. In fact, the vote share of the party dropped further. At a time when the Congress is still to recover from a serious electoral setback in Haryana, Priyanka Gandhi's formal entry will be watched out for. In the Lok Sabha elections earlier this year, when the victory margin of most UDF candidates in Kerala had increased sharply compared to 2019, Rahul Gandhi's own margin had come down from 4,31,000 in 2019 to 3,64,000 this time around. This time, the Congress has given MPs, MLAs charge of various assembly constituencies in Wayanad Lok Sabha constituency to ensure that there is no complacency. Several senior leaders are on ground camping to ensure maximum voter turnout, something that the party did not do during the Haryana polls held a few weeks ago. The question is also, will the Congress be putting all its efforts in this constituency and not work hard enough for two crucial battles in Maharashtra and Jharkhand? Joining me on the show, we have Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress, Pradeep Bhandari, representing the BJP. Neerja Chaudhary, the kind of emphasis that the Congress is putting on this seat, and rightly so, many would say, because she is a Gandhian after all, from the Gandhi family. That is the reason why this entire emphasis, but the Congress has two important battles as well. Maharashtra, Jharkhand.
Yes, absolutely. But Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's electoral debut, I mean, she's taking the first step on the journey to electoral politics. Now, she has campaigned for her brother and mother in Amethi and Raebareli for many, many years, as we know. But it's the first time that she's going to fight the elections herself. And if she gets elected, and there's a good chance that she'll get elected, it will mean that the brother and sister will represent the north of the country with Rahul Gandhi in Raebareli, and the sister will represent the south of the country. They'll both be voices in Parliament, and probably strident voices in Parliament on behalf of the opposition to take on the ruling BJP. So it's going to change things very dramatically, I feel, if she gets elected. And as far as Maharashtra and Jharkhand are concerned, I think from the feedback I have, that they don't particularly want national leaders to come and campaign. They think they can handle it themselves in Maharashtra. Jharkhand is very different, of course. But that doesn't mean that people will not go there. Certainly, Rahul Gandhi may well go there in Maharashtra, which is a high-stake election for the Congress party and for the MVA. But I don't think that that Rahul Gandhi's presence in Maharashtra, from what people tell me, is going to make that much of a difference to the party prospects as things stand there. They are very differently being handled, the MVA. The local leadership is handling it. Sharad Pawar is there. Uddhav Thackeray is there, heading the Shiv Sena, led by him. So the battle lines are very different there. But here, of course, it's a very emotional pitch that both brother and sister have made to the people of Wayanad today as she filed her nomination. So let's see, it's going to be interesting days ahead politically with both the siblings in Parliament if she wins.
Yes, and that will be one of the firsts there, Shama Mohammed, if both Rahul and Priyanka will be in the Lok Sabha together. But the larger question what does it mean for the Congress party? What does it mean for national spokespersons such as you? Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I want to make certain corrections in what you said. You said that there has been, all the leaders are there in Wayanad. Now, for example, they've come for the nomination today. Many leaders have come from the Chief Minister of Karnataka and Himachal have come for filing the nomination. Now, let me give you an example. Uma Thomas's by-election, when her husband died, she contested the by-election. Every senior leader was in that constituency, let me tell you. It's not that, that's how we fight our by-elections in Kerala. Every senior leader was there. I was there. Everybody was there. So what you're going to see is every leader from Kerala will be there. But I don't think leaders from outside will be coming in because Keralites don't normally need anybody from outside. They fight their own battles. So of course, Rahul Gandhi will definitely be there. Mallikarjun Kharge ji will be there, just like they will be going to the other states, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. So let's understand that please don't give out wrong information about the state where we know what is happening. Number two, you said this time Rahul Gandhi won by lesser margin compared to his last time. Yes. And many other leaders, I'm from Kerala, won by a much less margin. Last time it was kind of tsunami. This time it was not that they have all won, we have won 18, but less margin compared to only one or two won with a higher margin. So let's not complicate things. Okay. Number three, we are very happy that Priyanka Gandhi ji is coming to Kerala. and fighting elections here? Because in the Congress party, they respect North and South. They do not make, the South away from the North, only contest in the North. They are not orphans. So Congress leaders, from the Gandhi family, from Indira Gandhi to Sonia ji to Rahul ji, every one of them have contested from the South. Now I invite the Prime Minister of India to come to the South, come to Kerala, fight the election. Why can't he do that? Why does he go and sit in
Pradeep Bhandari, here is Shama Mohammed explaining the significance of what the Congress thinks about this, battle in Wayanad. Of course, it's a three-cornered contest in which the BJP has also fielded a candidate. But the larger question is, every time Priyanka Gandhi steps on the steps out for campaigning, the BJP has one comment or the other.
Well, Maria, let's just get this fact straight. Yeah, Shama, I would request you not to interrupt me. I was listening to you very, very patiently. Yes. Point number one, Maria, that if you look at the entire dynamics of the Congress party fields the Nehru-Gandhi family and the Vadra family in particular whenever it is in trouble from quote-unquote safe constituencies, and these safe constituencies as per the definition of the Congress party is where the minority vote, in particular the Muslim vote, is more than 30%. Now the Congress party chose Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's debut as Wayanad, which has a 40% Muslim vote. If you remember, when Rahul Gandhi lost his election from Amethi, the safe bastion quote-unquote he tried to move towards was a constituency which had a 40% Muslim vote, which is Wayanad. So let's be clear that the Congress party's strategy and is a rebranded party which practices communal politics where it looks at getting 90% of minority vote. Now, I do not agree that this is for the first time that Priyanka Vadra is entering the electoral scene. If you recall that she was made the General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh, where the Congress party lost deposits in 97% of the seats, and the vote share of the Congress party dipped from 6% in 2017 to around 2% in 2022. So, Priyanka Vadra or Rahul Gandhi, all of them have been relaunched multiple times by the media, by the Congress party, its supporters, but the people of India have rejected them. Because the people of India have understood that the Congress party practices politics A, which is communal, B, which is corrupt, 3, which is fringe. This is why since 2014 onwards, the people of India have supported Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led Bharatiya Janata Party. In Haryana also, we saw before the results had come out how everybody was calling Mr. Rahul Gandhi a political Chanakya. The results came out and then the entire PR campaign was flat. On Shama Mohammed's question of why should the Prime Minister not fight from any constituency, well, the Prime Minister has fought and can fight from any constituency, but he definitely does not characterize a constituency as a constituency which has X percentage of constituency from one community as safe haven. He initially contested from Gujarat, then he moved to Banaras and he won with a significant mandate from Banaras. And it's under Prime Minister's leadership we have got 3 consecutive elections and won 3 consecutive elections.
Okay.
Can I come in?
Okay, we'll try and fix that line with Pradeep. Yes, I'm coming to you, ma'am. Please, I'm coming to you.
I just want to reply to
yes,
two
go
things.
ahead, Shama.
He says minority votes. They look for minority votes. I fail to understand. Maria, you're a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. Are we not the citizens of India? Why are you putting out Muslims as somebody else? If there is a state or a district where there are Muslims, big deal. Muslims are voting. Let the Bharatiya Janata Party also come and ask for the Muslim votes. So my question is, why does he put down and say it's communal? He says if somebody stands in a place where there is slightly more percentage, even Wayanad has more Hindus. Let me make this very clear. The number of percentage of Hindus is more than 45. So it
yes,
is.
I'm not going to indulge in this.
But this is what I'm replying to Pradeep. I need to reply. I'm not replying to anybody else, not to you, but to Pradeep, that you cannot do this thing to every time if somebody stands. What I'm trying to tell is that Mr. Modi can also come to the South. Then he started belittling the South as if the South is filled with minorities.
I don't think so. That's what. Okay, Pradeep, would you please quickly respond to this?
Every time insulting the Muslim. My leader, Rahul Gandhi, stood two different constituencies.
1 second.
He stood from Wayanad as well as from. He stood from 2 constituencies. Wayanad as well as
Shama, you're being repetitive. I heard you. Can I respond to you?
Let me finish. He stands for all Indians. Whereas the Prime Minister
You've
of
made
India
your
only
point,
serves
ma'am.
one particular community
Shama
and goes
Mohammed,
there.
please.
Because he gives
Shama
them.
Mohammed,
Can I-
just enough time
Shama.
for one reaction from Pradeep Bhandari. Let's please listen to
Because there's
others.
no reaction from Pradeep.
Shama, come on.
Yes.
Shama, don't act like a troll, please. Thank you. I am not saying this. I am not saying this. It is Shama Mohammed who in her tweet after Haryana elections categorically said that the only community which votes for the Congress party is the Muslim community. I am just quoting Shama Mohammed explicitly telling the strategy of the Congress party. It is not me doing so. And on the southern India, please look at it, Shama, properly, that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which has expanded and you have shrunk. Don't do this, Shama. I did not interrupt you. This is not a way to debate. You are acting like Supriya does. Please. No, on the southern part of the country, Telangana, we have increased. On Karnataka, road share has increased, seat share has increased. Tamil Nadu, we are doing better than you. On Telangana, we are doing better than you.
Because we do not like this kind of tug of war.
Than what it was in 2019.
No, that's not how NDTV debates. So we will not be doing this kind of tutu meme. It has to be respectable and respectful. Please. So both of you will have to extend that gesture to each other. Yes, quickly make your point, Pradeep Bhandari. 30 seconds.
Maria, I was just saying that I just read out Shama Mohammed's tweet. It is out for everybody to see. She deleted it after that. She only said that the only community which voted for the Congress. See, again she started interrupting.
I won't allow you to talk. I will not.
See, Maria, this is not the way. I give her the time. She speaks explicitly.
No,
she's not allowing me to speak for 30 seconds.
I won't let you lie. I won't let you lie about me. So
okay, Shama, you have made your point. You're not letting.
Can I show the tweet screenshot?
No, okay, let's have Pradeep Bhandari on the screen now, please. Yes. Pradeep, quickly make your point away from Shama's tweet. You're talking about an issue, not an individual. Can you make it about the issue that we are discussing?
Exactly.
So come on and tell about the issue. Yes.
Yes. So the issue is that even in 2018, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, when he spoke to a newspaper called Inqilab, he called that the Congress party is a Muslim party. We are not doing so. The Congress party wants to divide the Hindus in caste. This is where we are questioning the intent of the Congress party. On southern India, Maria, please look at it. We are an ever-expanding party in south. We did not have a vote share or seat share in Telangana. We've now got a seat share, vote share in Telangana. We are a dominating party in Karnataka. In Tamil Nadu, we are a party which has increased our vote share. In Kerala, we have opened our seat account. Total quantity of seats of the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party is comparable. The Congress earlier used to have a monopoly in southern India. Now we are a comparable party to the south, the Congress party in southern states. And other part of the country, we have expanded in every geography. It's not like the Congress party, we've not expanded. We expanded in Bengal, Odisha, Pan-Hindi heartland, Uttar Pradesh. So we are an ever-expanding party which gets support across, unlike the Congress party.
All right, Shama Mohammed, Pradeep Bhandari and Neeraj Chaudhary, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. NDTV, remember, held its first World Summit this week, which showcased some of the biggest newsmakers on one stage. While the larger theme was the India Century, the summit also focused on how India's culture and art is being lauded at the biggest of global platforms. I spoke to Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who won the Best Actress Award at Cannes this year, the first Indian to have won this laurel. We also had Chidananda Nayak and Mansi Maheshwari, who have won at La Cinef. They were all part of this conversation. Let's listen in.
To host three visionary talents who have made India proud on the global stage. Firstly, congratulate us. In fact, we should start congratulating the talented Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who mesmerized audiences worldwide with her captivating performance, earning her the prestigious Best Actress Award at Cannes. Next, we celebrate Mansi Maheshwari, whose thought-provoking film, Bunnyhood, captured the essence of innovation, securing the esteemed La Cinef Award. Welcome, Mansi. And we applaud now Chidananda Nayak, whose creative genius has been bright enough, earning him the coveted La Cinef first prize. Let's celebrate together India's moment in the global art landscape. Thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome to NDTV. Anasuya, it is often said that this is a power of storytelling. The storytelling which ensures that the characters unite. And then they take India moment to the world. What was it like winning and walking that carpet, the red carpet, when you were announced as the winner?
I mean, really beyond anything I had ever anticipated, to be honest, and a moment of deep, deep pride to be on a global stage alongside like extremely talented people from the fraternity as well. It was a fabulous year for our country at Cannes, I believe, with amazing films and projects which all of us have worked long and hard to mount with so much dedication and perseverance. So it was a moment, it felt like it finally bearing fruit, so to say. And
coming after how many years?
The Grand Prix came after 30 years, or the first ever.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Best Actress, I believe, the first time ever.
Yes.
So amazing, really. Thank you so much.
And before I move, Anasuya, I want to understand also from you, this is the India story, the Indian arts on the global stage, and it's very different from mainstream. What is being seen as mainstream? So many would say mainstream is stereotyped. Now it is Anasuya Sen-Gupta who's mainstream.
So I personally do think that we are moving steadily to a time where a lot of these divisions are blurring.
Yes.
And it's a great time to thrive in the sense that, see, art is art, cinema is cinema, and there, I believe, is room for all kinds of it. There is the mainstream, there is the non-mainstream, but everything is kind of coming closer together. And to take it to a global stage, to take independent cinema from India to a stage like that was a moment of deep, deep pride, because it is difficult to get some of these projects to take off and do well, and it's really just dedication.
Yes, so Mansi, this is also about India's soft power, what we call cultural diplomacy. And all of you have scripted that and continue to script it. Tell us about yourself. Bunnyhood.
Sorry, I'm laughing. Because the Bunnyhood is a story about me and my mother, and she's about to arrive soon, and she hasn't yet, so I can speak a bit freely. Well, I think Bunnyhood came from just there's so much misinformation, misconception, miscommunication in the world, and it made me just question why we lie so much. And then I just had some introspective moment and found this story in my life. Bunnyhood is a story about learning to lie and why we tell lies in life.
So how many lies have you said in the last 24 hours? And have you learned to lie?
I think when you experience this, then you actually try to become more honest in life.
Yeah.
So it's a whole journey. You learn to lie to get by in the society, and then you actually realize that you don't need to do it.
Yeah.
So this was the journey.
Tell us about the red carpet moment.
It was really incredible. Chida was obviously there with me. And because I went to NIFT before, so I was wearing my friend's dress. And it was super special. We all became friends really quickly. We were 18 directors, so it was just walking a red carpet with your friends. It was really sweet.
And what was it like, Chida, for you? And particularly when you hear that, it is about India. We keep talking about it because India and Indian history, culture, heritage is very deep-rooted. So for us to win awards, maybe it's coming late, but it was long overdue.
Yeah, and like a single kind of a film or a cinema can't represent India. India is a country of diversity.
Absolutely.
So in the mainstream also, the diverse group of films is put on the global platform. And very happy that a film like mine, which is originally in Kannada, gets resonated in a global language who even doesn't know the language. So that's a huge
So let's
thing.
celebrate that, ladies and gentlemen. I think that calls for a big clap.
So that's the way I think where we'll be going forward now onwards.
Judah, women have more options in dressing up for the red carpet, sari, lehenga, or lots. What about you? What did you choose to wear?
Well, we had rules. There are certain rules which you can carry, and boys have like a navy blue or a black tux. So I was quite excited to watch a film and quite nervous walking.
So working across cultural boundaries, I'm sure these are thoughts that come to your mind often, that how you have transcended that, ensured that these cultural boundaries do not exist anymore. Particularly, as you said, that, regional cinema is being celebrated, not just in independent cinema, but also in mainstream cinema. And we have seen that regional cinema today represents the Indian cinema more than Bollywood does.
Like time and again, like within the few years, we are seeing that linguistic is no more a barrier.
Yes.
Like you can see a Telugu film or a Kannada film reaching across the India, even to the world. So I don't think right now we are in that, it is no more a barrier for us. So right now we'll be focusing on to tell more stories at even a more, in a bigger platform. I think it's a high time that we focus on making those films.
So when you say bigger platform, what will it be? I mean, how will it be bigger than Cannes or say La Cinef?
No, I mean, I think the more diverse approach that Chidanand is also saying that, I mean, there are big platforms are many, and there's even seeing films, the kind of films that are being discussed for the Academy. There was a Malayalam language film in the talking. And so it's a matter of great pride to see, because Indian cinema does transcend just Bollywood. It's so much more than that. So I think it's about time, and it's happening to see films from all over the country being pushed to these bigger and bigger platforms.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for them. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
All of you, and wishing you lots of success. Thank you for coming to NDTV World Summit.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program tonight. In a significant development for international relations, India and China have announced a breakthrough in our border dispute, marking a potentially new chapter in a very complex relationship. After years of tension along the line of actual control, including the deadly clashes in 2020, both nations have agreed to new patrol arrangements aiming for disengagement in key friction areas. This agreement, reached after intense negotiations, could pave the way for improved diplomatic trade ties between the two Asian giants. But the real focus today was this: the Prime Minister Narendra Modi shaking hands with Xi Jinping in Kazan in Russia. They're both there or have been there for the BRICS summit. But you know, BRICS is about Brazil, Russia, India and China, but it's really the India-China story which have dominated the headlines. The first meeting of the two leaders after 5 years, and perhaps the most substantive and forward-looking in terms of what the road ahead for India and China might look at. Good news over there, we'll be breaking that down. But next on the show at about 1:30, an exclusive interview from the NDTV World Summit. I speak to former British Prime Minister David Cameron on India's growing international presence. He explains how the UK supports India's bid for a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. And finally, towards the end of the show, Mission Mumbai, our special focus ahead of the Maharashtra state elections. A quick look now at the headlines at this hour. The Maha Vikas Aghadi bloc have finally started to arrive at a seat-sharing agreement for the Maharashtra polls. The Congress, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena and Sharad Pawar NCP will each get 85 seats each. The remainder of the seats will go to smaller parties. Aditya Thackeray will contest from Worli. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra files the nomination papers in Wayanad for the forthcoming by-polls, marking her debut in electoral politics. Orissa and Bengal brace for cyclone Dana that will make landfall on Thursday evening. Heavy rainfall in 11 districts is expected. Kolkata airport will suspend operations for at least 15 hours. And after going down in Bengaluru to the Kiwis in the opening test of the series, Team India's comeback strategy will be a low spinning track, it appears, in Pune, but they'll stick to their aggressive batting approach as coach Gambhir. Well, it's been a remarkable day as far as India and China are concerned. You can see the image over there of the Prime Minister with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The first meeting of the two leaders in 5 years. Let's quickly listen in to what they both said before we break it down for you on the significance of the day.
आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है। एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए। आज इन सभी विषयों पर बात करने का अवसर मिला है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम खुले मन से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारी चर्चा कंस्ट्रक्टिव होगी।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's my great pleasure to meet you in Kazan. It's the first time for us to have a formal meeting in 5 years' time. Both the people in our two countries and the international community are paying great attention to our meeting. China and India are both ancient civilizations, major developing countries, and important members of the global south. It's important for both sides to have more communication and cooperation, properly handle our differences and disagreements, and to facilitate each other's pursuit of development aspirations.
Prime Minister Modi met with President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS summit. This meeting happened, as you are all aware, close on the heels of the disengagement and patrolling agreement and the resolution of issues that had arisen in the India-China border areas in 2020. Naturally, the two leaders welcomed the agreement reached between the two sides through sustained dialogue over the last several weeks in diplomatic as well as military channels.
The Kazan declaration has been accepted, the BRICS declaration has been accepted, and the leaders have said that the summit, they have reiterated the importance of further enhancing the BRICS solidarity. Now, this was the first time where the new members had also joined the BRICS summit, and this has made the summit, this has made the BRICS even more stronger. They have talked about BRICS solidarity and cooperation based on mutual interest and key priorities. PM Modi also has said during the intervention that the decision should be taken by consensus, and of course the older members, the founder members' views should be respected, and that is also one point. There has been talk about local currencies, usage of local currencies. There is a conversation going about that, and they have also talked about strengthening the multilateralism for a more just and democratic world order. We have known that the Global South has felt not heard, and India has been taking a leadership in that as well, and Global South is represented amply here in BRICS summit. So that too is a very important development where the BRICS declaration talks about it, about the potential of these BRICS countries which are from Latin America, Asia, Africa, and of course Russia and China are here. So this is also a very important point. One important point regarding the present situation which BRICS declaration talks about is respect of human rights, because the two wars are going on, and the declaration also talks about respecting the human rights in any sort of situation, in such situations, and it also talks about finance and helping each other. So this is a wide document. This is a very well-rounded document. But the most important part is Russia has been able to give a message to rest of the world that it is not isolated, because more than 24 countries leaders were here, more than 32 countries delegations were here. So this is one of a success for President Putin as far as the isolation accusations or presumptions go.
All right, so a huge development as far as India and China are concerned. Joining us now, Dai Kai, a CGTN reporter in Kazan. Thanks very much, Dai, for being with us. Could you give us a sense of the optimism on the Chinese side on what has been achieved in this bilateral talk between India and China?
That's right. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping, they meet here and they talked during a bilateral meeting here in Kazan during the BRICS summit. And this actually is symbolic because this marks the formal meeting between the two leaders since 2020. And during the meeting, the two leaders agreed that the differences on boundary-related matters should not affect their cooperation. The talks were referring, of course, as you mentioned, the year-long military standoff between the two neighbor countries after their troops clashed along the line of actual control. So from Chinese side, we're all happy to see that, of course, because the two neighboring countries, that a mutual beneficial relationship, it's important for both sides. And the two leaders, of course, agreed that a stable bilateral relations between China and India will have a positive impact on regional and global peace and prosperity.
All right, Dai Kai, CGTN reporter in Kazan, covering this very important visit. You're part of a historic process over there. Thanks very much for being with us, Dai. Thanks very much indeed. But let me just, bring our viewers an up-to-date sense of where we were and where we are now. So let's just talk about the areas which have been an area of real concern. Let's bring up the map that we are talking about. So this is Ladakh. This is the line of actual control, marked in red, between India and China. Of course, India claims and continues, obviously, to claim all of Aksai Chin. The boundary that you see over here is what is our ultimate claim line. But the line of actual control which exists is the red line over here. And that is where Chinese soldiers, from approximately 1959 onwards, it started making claims. Then, they'd come in 1962. Then there was a partial withdrawal from some of those areas in 1962. And that is roughly where the two sides are divided. But even this line is not a formal line. It's based largely on, what you see here is largely based on Indian claims. And those Indian claims in all of these areas, Debsang, Galwan, Hot Springs, Pangong, Demchok, many other areas, are based on India being able to patrol certain areas. They're called patrolling points, and they represent the furthest edge of what India sees to be our claim line in each of these areas. After the clashes took place in Galwan, and this is Galwan over here, and we'll bring you images of Galwan hopefully in the next couple of minutes and in what happened over there. All of these areas saw the Chinese block Indian soldiers from getting to our patrol points, particularly over here in Debsang, where the Chinese came into our area, our claim lines, and prevented our soldiers from patrolling to areas where they patrolled in the past. That was also the situation elsewhere. Demchok is one area in the south near the Himachal Pradesh boundary, but in a couple of areas, namely in Galwan itself, where there were those clashes which resulted in the death of several Indian soldiers, also Chinese soldiers, in Hot Springs and in Pangong, there were disengagement zones which were created, which were in fact buffer zones. Now, what exactly are buffer zones? Well, the soldiers of both sides, as a result of agreements, they went back a certain number of kilometers, and the area in between, which is and remains disputed, was where soldiers of no side would actually enter, and any structures which had been built over there by either side were being removed. So this would deconflict the immediate situation, and we saw that happening over here in the Pangong Lake. Now, this particular area between something called Finger 4, which is a geographical feature, and Finger 8, which lies further over here, has largely been a zone which soldiers from either side have not been patrolling as a result of the buffer zone which was created. There was a buffer zone created in Hot Springs as well. Again, there was an effort at ensuring that sides went back. So, and you know, there was no conflict over there. So now, what I can show you, now that we've actually gone through all of this, are actual satellite images of the situation as it developed after the Galwan clashes and, you know, just how bad it actually began. So let's start with the first set of satellite images, and what you see on your screen now is the north bank of the Pangong Lake, where at a certain stage in June 2020, the Chinese, in an area which India claimed, actually put a marking of the flag of China, and they wrote in Mandarin that this area belonged to them. And you know, this was a time when the Chinese had come right in on the north bank. Let's keep moving to the next image of the same area. This is also the north bank of the Pangong Lake, and these were all structures which the Chinese had actually built up over here in the north bank. What I'm showing you are the images of the north bank of Pangong and the south bank. Now again, there were places where the Chinese had their boats. They had brought them forward from their original positions, but then as a result of the deconflicting process and the creation of buffer zones, a lot of these areas were vacated as well. So this is again from June 2020. Let's keep moving the images to the next set of images. So let's go and take a look at where it all actually started, the Galwan Valley, and where the clashes took place. The Chinese built multiple structures right on the edge of the, along the river, near where the river takes a bend. The line of actual control, according to Indian estimates, was further south. As you go across this bend, approximately 400 meters is where we would typically patrol in the past. The Chinese blocked us from doing that, and they started creating all of these areas, and areas which we said was ours. And the clashes took place in all of these areas over here, right? All of these areas going down over here. This is where soldiers from both sides lost their lives. So let's move to the next set of images that we have. This is an area, Hot Springs, it's not really spoken about, very, very important. A lot of these areas, remember, had seen actual conflict in 1962 as well. So there was disengagement which took place. It took place in September 2022. This was a structure in August 2021 which existed, a Chinese area, but then the Chinese also moved back. And so as you can see, they vacated this entire area and this building was moved back. Again, let's take a look at some of the other areas that we're talking about. Move to the next set of images if we can, so that we can get a clearer idea of, again, this Gogra Hot Springs area. This was the relocated Chinese base. The base which I said had moved south, it moved south approximately 3 kilometers further south. Let's go to the next image, if we can. Right, so that's this is where the Chinese base was removed. It was moved further south, and this was part of a buffer zone which was created in this particular area. Let's continue moving now to the next set of areas. What you see over here is Depsang, and this is the area which is a real concern, because as I understand it, in a particular place called the Y Junction, Depsang, right in the north of Ladakh, is where Indian soldiers have been prevented from moving in this direction east to our old patrol routes by the presence of these Chinese soldiers. If these Chinese soldiers move away from here, then India can get to our patrol routes. There's only one image of Depsang which has emerged, and this shows this Chinese presence. Hopefully a big agreement will have been arrived at which affects and improves India's patrolling prospects in this area. So there you have it, a quick look at what the overall situation is. Let's just go quickly across now to Ambassador Phunchok Stopdan, who's an expert in all of this, General Ashok Kumar and Dr. Sriparna Pathak. Thank you very much for being with us. Ambassador Stopdan, let me come to you first. Are you optimistic that this can be the start of a lasting peace between India and China?
Well, we can only hope because we have very limited information so far. I'm sure in the next 2-3 days, more details will come out. But as of now, it's just an agreement on patrolling. Now, patrolling is a very difficult word. It's an aggressive word. What do you mean by patrolling? Aggressive patrolling or benign patrolling? We really do not know. And patrolling without disengagement is a very difficult proposition. If the troops are deployed, how do you patrol? You mean to say that we sleep in the night and the Chinese patrol, or the Chinese sleep in the night and we patrol? Those things are not known. The periodicity, the frequency, the numbers. I'm sure there's some modification in the CBMs that existed before 2020. Some new changes may have occurred. But I am in Ladakh right now, and I don't get the impression that things will really change. And the kind of information that is coming from Beijing, they are underplaying this new development. And of course, at the highest level, you see President Xi endorsing all these things. But the experts in Beijing and Shanghai says, well, this is okay, but it depends on India how India navigates these things, whether they will open up trade, investment, and all that thing. So a lot of contingents attached to it. I also see that our goal is to have peace and tranquility at the border, but the Chinese want to have changes and the improvement in the bilateral relationship. There is a huge expectation differences. So I don't know. Let's see how it goes in the future.
All right.
In the next step.
All right. General Ashok Kumar, a gigantic step forward, or one do you believe that needs to be taken, if not with a grain of salt, but our approach needs to be cautious. Let's not see this as being a genuine beginning to genuine disengagement. That's still a long way away.
Thank you, Som. I must make 3 opening statements. Firstly, this development is definitely very, very positive. It has come after 4 years of hard negotiations. I'm sure there would have been much more dialogue and discussions between both the countries than what is made out to be in the open domain. Now, having expressed that kind of optimism, there are certain details, as highlighted by the previous speaker, is yet not known. Whether we are going to finish the concept of buffers and we are going to revert back to pre-April-May 2020 position, or we are going to continue maintaining those buffers and only retaining the patrolling. Some details patrolling have also started coming in terms of the size of patrol, in terms of frequency, in terms of informing each other. But the third point which I want to make is the main challenge is going to be, once we get the final details, how the militaries on both sides are going to implement. And one will be of the cautious optimism, given the kind of activities which China has been doing, whether in 1962, 1967, 1987, 2017, and finally in 2020. So therefore, we cannot keep our guard off. And despite patrolling having commenced, there are a large number of activities to go back to April-May 2020 positions. The dismantling of infrastructures which were come up after that time, withdrawal of troops from both sides, which are more than 50,000 on both sides. A large number of structures have come which have got the war waging potential. What happens to them? So I think it will require a deliberate and cautious approach. And despite the desire of both the countries to go forward on all counts, I think Indian military and Indian establishment has to remain cautious, vigilant, and prepared should such a condition repeat again in future.
Okay. Sripadna, let's just look at a couple of areas. Right to the north is Depsang, right to the south is Demchok. How have these been some of the most contentious areas?
Well, these have been the most contentious areas, and as the previous speakers also mentioned, this is just about patrolling. These were the last 2 areas which remained, and the discussions had to be there. But it's not like this is the last of it. I think the previous speakers have also spoken about it. One thing I wanted to quickly weigh in is the usage of words. First, the usage of words by Prime Minister Modi. He spoke about mutual sensitivity, and it's been a key phrase which India has used vis-a-vis China in the recent years in the three mutuals formulation. It's a very pretty tough message delivered in a language in key, Prime Minister Modi style. So he's talked about the three mutuals, which means that there is a lack of distrust, which is why we understand that things which happened in the past at Depsang and Demchok can very well happen again. We are not dismantling all the border infrastructure that we have put into place. Second, is China really talking about this as an agreement? China took a lot of hours to actually mention this agreement, but they have just confirmed that they have reached a solution, would work with India to effectively implement the plan. They've not called it an agreement on patrolling, which means that we still have to hold back on rejoicing it. It's not yet time to rejoice. And it definitely does not mention complete disengagement. So it's been like 3 steps forward and maybe 1 step backward. So disengagement hasn't happened. There's still, whatever salami slicing that China has tried to, that we still need to talk about it, and we need to still figure that out. Those are my views on this.
All right, I'm just going to go back to Ambassador Phunchok Sthopdan. In fact, can we just have the map up for a moment and then come to pictures of the north bank of Pangong? If you just get the map up for a moment, this is the area that we're talking about over here. And just very broadly speaking, there is a big gap between India's claims and the Chinese claims. India, of course, claims all the way up. This is finger 4 to finger 8 approximately over here. The Chinese come all the way and claim up to approximately finger 3. So this is the area where there was this buffer zone which was created. But obviously India would now be able to patrol east much more. I mean, that's what we are led to believe. So Ambassador Sthopdan, how do we know that Indian and Chinese soldiers won't get into potential confrontational situations again? Because if there are patrols which come in from either side, we've had banner drills and the like, but do you believe that there is so much confidence now that tensions could be kept under check?
Yeah, because there's no settlement. The Chinese have not vacated their claims. They're just saying, okay, you patrol it, we will find some new solution for patrolling, but they have not given up those territories. They can always come back. So the patrolling is a very sensitive issue. We really don't know the details of the patrolling, as the previous speakers have said. There are so many things. It's a military thing. It's not a diplomatic talking issue. So the patrolling itself is a major terminology, and therefore we need to understand what does it mean from the Chinese point of view, what does it mean from our perspective. So we ignore each other, or sometimes we do that. Obviously, the arrangement before 2020 was that we ignored each other. Some places we didn't even go. Some places, okay, the Chinese will go back, they come and they throw something, but they will go back. But then they had a very sustained strategy for slicing. So one cannot really think, and I don't believe that there's something like trust has to be built. There's nothing called trust in international relationship. It's only about interest. We have to guard our interests. That's the whole issue. My sense is that there is a tremendous amount of international pressure, as the statement came from both leaders. They gave too much importance to international, context, the global issues. So they want to be seen as responsible countries, leaders for global peace and stability. And I think that was more critical than the border itself. Really, I think the Chinese have in the last 4 years scored certain military points, and they also scored some strategic points at the global level. Our achievement is diplomacy. I think it's a very, very mature diplomacy we displayed, and through which we have scored some points. But I think the achievement is more on the Chinese side, because they have exhausted us to a certain extent. We had to spend a lot of money to sustain this conflict in Eastern Ladakh for the last 4 years. It's a huge cost. And I can understand, I see the number of convoys and the air activities Delhi goes on. I don't know how much money we are spending on all these things, thousands of crores every day. I'm sure there's some kind of a pressure which has put on us. Therefore, I think it's a compulsion on both sides. The Chinese have their own problem. The Chinese have a huge problem in Taiwan and South China Sea and many issues with the United States. So I'm sure it's a compromise. It's a situation where they have to do something.
All right,
They
Ambassador,
can't
hold
be
your thought for a second. Let me go back to General Kumar. General Kumar, this is actually on the north bank of Pangong, and all of these red structures were actually shelters, for their military, which they formed in areas, and they came into this area in huge numbers, right? And ultimately, when there was that buffer zone which was formed, we can go to the next image, they started going back. So let's go to the next image. I'll just talk about that a little bit more before I come across to my question. These were areas, at a certain stage that brought up, piers for boats and things. But then ultimately they started, this is finger 3, they started actually wrapping up whatever they had and they started moving away. This is when there was that buffer zone which was created. But how do you actually look, General, at patrolling in these areas? Because at one level, none of the issues have really been resolved. We've just chosen to go back to 2020 in that scenario. So a win-win in that sense. But do you believe the issue of patrolling will continue to be, potentially a matter of concern?
Vishnu, as far as Penokso Lake Northern Bank is concerned, there are 3 major aspects which we need to see. Before this April-May 2020 standoff, the claim line from Chinese side was somewhere going around finger 3.
Yes.
And at places at times they used to also mention finger 4, but not beyond that.
Right.
Our physical occupation was also there in near finger 3, but our claim point was to finger 8.
Yes.
But once this time this transgression took place, they shifted their claim line even beyond their 1959 claim line and claimed that it goes around finger 2. So that the claim line itself has undergone a major change as per their stated statements given earlier formally and informally. Second thing, the disengagement from north bank of Pengongso Lake did not come just like that and just based on the mutual negotiation. I'm sure you will agree that once India launched operations and captured Kailash heights, Kailash ranges, it was a fallout of that they agreed to go back to the respective positions. But in the process, they also created this concept of buffer zones, which happened between finger 4 and finger 8. That will not be patrolled and probably that will be keeping the forces, away from each other as against facing directly to each other. While concept of buffer state per se is not bad till the time it is a temporary measure, but largely it was coming in the claim area of India and not so much in other areas. If you go to Hot Spring, Gogra, Galwan in the Chinese area.
Right.
So that way we were at a little disadvantageous position. Now,
anyway, let's see what finally happens, General, going forward. There is a sense of anticipation this time around. I'm running short of time over here. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Let's see what finally happens and we get an idea of the contours. But we're going to take a short break. Coming up after that, a very special interview. I spoke to David Cameron, the former British Prime Minister, on the sidelines of the mega NDTV World Summit. We spoke about the rise of India as a global power, the increasing role of India in so many international conflicts and as a potential country which has an opinion, perhaps working as someone who offers suggestions or solutions. We also spoke about India's long-time assertion that we need to be a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council.
India's relationship with the United Kingdom over the years has only gone from strength to strength. We are valuable strategic allies, but it's a relationship which is premised not just on that strategic relationship. There's a strong economic relationship, but I would suggest it's the people-to-people connect, and that's been true for forever. That really defines the relationship and where it stands now. Lord David Cameron with us, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Wonderful to have you with us at the NDTV World event. Many of us in India believe that internationally, there is a bit of an inflection point on where India stands. One of India's longest demands has been a reform of the United Nations system, that, it needs to be more than just the P5. And the problem that India encounters is that inevitably there's a China veto if you're talking about UN Security Council reform. What's the way forward in that?
Well, I think Britain strongly supports India's membership of the UN Security Council. We should continue to make that clear, and the Prime Minister has done that, and I agree with him about that. The problem, as you say, is Security Council reform is incredibly difficult to get done.
Yes.
Everyone seems to be in favour of it in principle, but it doesn't happen in practice. I think, therefore, we shouldn't put all our efforts on that. At the same time, we should be asking ourselves, what more can we do to include India and Indian leadership in organisations like the G20? India now comes almost routinely to the G7, and I think that's right as a fellow democracy. And then what are the other things where we can work together, working through the Commonwealth, India's position in the Quad, Britain's bilateral relationship? All these things should reflect India's leadership in this century.
You were Foreign Secretary earlier on, then of course Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary again. Where did that strategic relationship between India and the United Kingdom really start prospering? I remember naval exercises being held over a period of time. There was a sense of distrust, which got replaced with this close strategic association. It was very much during your time.
Yeah, when I became leader of the Conservative Party in 2005, India was the first country outside Europe that I visited, and again as Prime Minister in 2010, the first country I visited outside Europe. And that was because I very much foresaw this Indian century, that India was going to be a growing global power, and Britain had this historical relationship, of course, but much more important, a relationship about business and a relationship, as you say, about people. And so we should be trying, we don't always agree about everything, but we should be trying to have this dialogue and this closer partnership. And I think there's still a lot to be done. We haven't yet got our free trade agreement across the line. But that shouldn't be the limit of what we do. That should be, I think, one of the first steps, and then try and build on that collaboration and try and work together on these global issues, whether it's what's happened in Ukraine, whether it's the situation in the Middle East. And I think crucially, where we really have a common interest and so many things we can do together, and that is the green transition. How do we deal with climate change? How do we turn our power generation and our industries into green and sustainable industries? And India is showing great strides forwards on that, and Britain has a lot of technology and expertise that we should be working with you on.
One of the big concerns, of course, for the United Kingdom and India, the global community, is terrorism. And there is a sense in India that in the West there could be double standards. For example, on the entire issue of Khalistan, you know how it's playing out presently in the United States and Canada. But there are Khalistani supporters even in the United Kingdom, and the sense that they've attacked a high commissioner in London, for example. The sense is that we aren't getting as much help as New Delhi would like from say, America, Canada, or even the United Kingdom in addressing this very serious security concern. How would you?
Well, I think, first of all, we need to reaffirm that Britain and India are both victims of terrorism and have an interest in working together. We have both suffered particularly from extremist Islamist terror, and as have you here in India. I think we then need a really deep and clear dialogue where we try and explain to each other any differences we might have. Which groups do we determine are terrorist groups, and which do we not, and try to understand any differences we might have. But fundamentally, Britain opposes terrorism as India does, and we should try and form a close partnership on that.
Do you believe India has potentially a significant role in finding an outcome in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
India is clearly a country that has historic relations with Russia, which we respect, but also Prime Minister Modi, in my view, absolutely rightly, has recently made a visit to Ukraine, which I think was extremely important. My view is that, yes, of course, we want to see this conflict end, but it needs to end in a way where it's clear Russia has not materially benefited from its war of aggression. In my political lifetime, I can't see a clearer example of one country totally unjustifiably invading another, violating its borders, violating its territorial integrity. So anything India can do to try and bring about an outcome where it's clear that the war will end but Putin will not benefit would be welcome. And let's be clear about something else that's been happening. You know, Putin has been luring Indians to Russia to go and work in various industries. And some of them have ended up on the front line. So, Indian boys are being sent
They're being
to
sent back now, fortunately.
I know, but it's appalling this ever happened. It's also happened to Africans as well. Putin is trying to hoodwink other countries to send their workers to his country, and they're ending up dead on the front lines. Yeah. And I think countries like India or other countries in the global south who sometimes have taken a nuanced view on this conflict should be clear that, one, it was the territorial integrity of Ukraine that was attacked by Putin, and two, some of their own people are ending up dead on the front line.
So India's consistently said, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi said it to President Putin a few months back, that look, Ukraine's territorial integrity is not for negotiation. We follow the UN laws, and he went to Moscow and he said this to him. At the same time, we import Russian oil. The West doesn't like it. Now, India says, look, even in that there are double standards. But the basis of the foreign policy of this government seems to be India first, huge economy. We need the fuel, and it has stabilized international fuel prices. That's one of the arguments which has been given. Is the West, has the West dealt with India's argument that, look, we will continue to import Russian oil and we will continue to hope that the war ends?
Well, obviously, we want as many countries as possible to join the embargo against Putin, because purchasing Russian oil feeds the Russian war machine. It pays for the weapons that are being used to violate Ukraine's territorial integrity. Now, obviously, every country has to make up their own mind what they do, but my plea would be to look at what you do and to ask, are we helping to support the Russian war machine? And crucially, are there companies now operating either in India or elsewhere that are actually providing dual-use goods to Russia so that they can have more shells, more ammunition, more drones, more parts for their equipment? Because we need this war to end.
We were talking about the territorial sanctity of nations, obviously, in the context of Ukraine. But, India faces concerns. The small Himalayan nation of Bhutan, their prime minister is over here, faces a threat from China. It's very visible. We see it in the South China Seas as well. Do you see China being perhaps the greatest threat or challenge to the notion of territorial sanctity, certainly in Asia?
Well, what we've said is that China represents an epochal challenge to the world order with the way that they are behaving at the moment. Now, I think one of the things we've got to try and do is manage the rise of China so that it doesn't end in conflict. But I think the more clear we can be about the importance of territorial integrity, about the importance of trying to abide by international rules and norms, the better off we'll be. We have seen a more aggressive China in recent years. We've seen it on your border. We've seen it with respect to the Philippines. We've seen it with respect to the South China Sea. We've seen it with respect to the Uyghurs, and also a special interest for the UK with China's treatment of Hong Kong. So I think the message, and the more we can be united in giving this message, is that, of course, China's a vital part of the world economy. China's rise is inevitable. China becoming a leading power in the way that it has, we all accept that. But the way China behaves will determine how other countries work with it. And I think Britain and India have a common interest there.
One final question. Obviously, there are thousands of Indian students who go to the United Kingdom and study. There was a concern, the former Prime Minister Sunak had expressed his concern on the numbers who should be allowed to remain in the United Kingdom on the graduate visa route or on a skilled worker route. And there was a lot of opposition from British universities saying that there should be no cutting down on certain categories of visa. Why? Because then students would want to come to British universities. So at the moment, there's nothing that's fundamentally changed. But what is your message and your suggestion to people back home and to potential students over here?
Well, I would say the same in India as I would say back at home. And it's that there is no limit on the number of students from India that can come and study. They have to have an English language qualification. They have to have a place in a British university. But we don't want to put a limit on that. We want to welcome that. But at the same time, what we've got to deal with in Britain is the illegal migration, mostly happening at the moment across the English Channel, which calls our whole immigration system into question. It saps public confidence in it. And so the new government has got to try and deal with the illegal migration, and then that will make the arguments about how much we benefit from people coming to study in our country easier. There was one thing that the Sunak government changed, which I thought was right, which was saying that, people studying an undergraduate degree shouldn't be able to bring family members. Yeah. And I think that, what we have to be careful of is that our immigration system, our legal immigration system, is not being used to try and get round the rules. So if people are coming to study, come and study. If you're actually trying to bring your whole family, that is a different matter. Yeah. So we have to keep a close eye, but I think actually Britain has a very compelling offer to Indian students. Come and study at our great universities. There's the opportunity to work afterwards. And I think that bears comparison with other countries around the world.
And before you leave, I must ask you a final question, since you love cricket. Joe Root appears to be unstoppable at this stage. Can I just ask you a question that might make you quite unpopular over here in India? Do you believe that Root is better than Kohli?
I think we have to let the statistics do the talking. And what's exciting about Root is that even though he's been playing for England for a long time, he's been captain, he's now in his post-captaincy world, he is a run-making machine and beautiful to watch. And I think the statistics will do the talking, and he is starting to overtake some of the all-time greats,
including potentially Tendulkar. He possibly has a side.
Well, that would be, he's got a way to go to cross the Tendulkar mark, but in the end, let's let the stats do the talking. But as an English cricket fan, it's an absolute joy to watch.
Lord David Cameron, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For speaking to us. Thanks very much indeed.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly mans. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century.
Welcome to the special election edition from the city of Mumbai. In fact, I'm in Colaba, one of Mumbai's most iconic and historic constituencies. This constituency is a mix of culture, heritage and modernity. In fact, it perfectly blends old world charm and fast-paced dynamism of Maximum City. We start at the Gateway of India, symbol of Mumbai's colonial past and a gathering point for tourists and locals alike. Just look at this mighty arch, the monument that there is, a symbol of Mumbai's colonial past. This has witnessed history from royal visits to departure of British troops in 1947. Today, it stands as a proud emblem of city spirit. In fact, this monument was built in 1924. Detailed stone carvings, what you're seeing, evoking a sense of colonial era, when this was in fact the grand entry point to India for British viceroys and dignitaries. You can just sense the grandeur and history that the iconic monument embodies. It, of course, is rising 26 meters high. Now this majestic arch, of course, framing this Arabian Sea, offering stunning views of water and boats bobbing along the shore. Of course, today, it is a bustling spot. It is a bustling spot for both tourists and locals alike. They come to admire the symbol of Mumbai's past. Just look at the sheer number of people here who've come to admire not just the monument, the architecture, but also the sea right next to it. Of course, there are ferry rides also that go from here to other parts of Mumbai and outside of Mumbai as well. So this is the sheer architecture and a symbol of colonial era as far as the area of Colaba is concerned, Gateway of India overlooking the majestic sea. Let me also get in a word from a bunch of photographers who've been working here for the longest time outside of the Gateway of India. तो आप बताइए कितने सालों से इधर काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं तो 2001 से हूँ।
2001 से?
जी।
अच्छा, आप?
सर मुझे 2001
से। सर आप बताइए।
89।
हाँ?
89
से। अच्छा, कोलाबा कैसे बदली है अभी इतने सालों से?
बहुत खूबसूरत बन चुकी है।
बहुत खूबसूरत। और लोग पहले जितना आते थे अभी भी आ रहे हैं, क्या चेंजेस है इधर?
बहुत उससे ज्यादा आते हैं ना।
हाँ।
पहले से अभी भी ज्यादा आते हैं।
Right next to Gateway of India, standing tall and proud, is Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, a symbol of heritage, luxury and resilience. Despite the devastating 26/11 attacks, Taj rose from the ashes, reopening its doors with even greater strength, symbolizing Mumbai's never give up spirit. You can see the striking facade that overlooks Arabian Sea, featuring grand dome, intricate stonework and elegant arches. In fact, Taj over the last several decades has been host of dignitaries, host of celebrities and tons of world leaders over the last several years. In fact, it is not just a symbol of heritage and luxury, but also a symbol of Indian hospitality industry. Standing tall and proud is Taj Mahal Hotel in Colaba. The bustling Colaba Causeway, a commercial hub that embodies vibrancy as well as diversity of this constituency. As you can see, this entire street is lined with all kinds of shops that sells jewelry, clothes to shoes and bags. Let's go across to some of these people here. It also has cafes, old and new, restaurants, old and new. So clearly a commercial hub of sorts as far as Colaba constituency is concerned. Let's find out what these shop owners want. How long have you been running the business? Since elections are coming, what are some of your requests and demands to the regime?
This is my shop from 60 years now, and I'm doing this imitation jewelry from 18 years now.
Okay.
मुझे बस इतना ही कहना है गवर्नमेंट से कि क्लीन गवर्नमेंट आवे और मेजॉरिटी में आवे जो अच्छा काम
और लेकिन आपके बिजनेस वाइज कैसे है कंपेयर टू प्रीवियस इयर्स? ऑनलाइन के कंपेयर करें?
ऑनलाइन में भी फ़र्क पड़ा है और टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गए अभी एकदम, क्योंकि महंगाई बहुत बढ़ गई है। तो जब डॉलर का रेट बढ़ जाता है तो रुपीस डाउन होता है, तो इधर कस्टमर्स पहले जैसे नहीं आते इधर हमारे यहाँ, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत महंगा हो चुका है, होटल्स और वो सब। वो हिसाब से भी फ़र्क पड़ा है। और रिसेशन अभी ये टाइम 2 साल से, जब से 26/11 अटैक हुआ तब से टूरिस्ट आने बंद हो गया हमारे पास। जो है वो लोकल कस्टमर से ही बिजनेस होता है।
Now we turn our attention to Sassoon Docks in Colaba, one of city's oldest docks and a very vital and integral part
of the city's fishing industry. In fact, this was established in 1875. Docks have been the lifeline for fishing community of Colaba, providing livelihoods for generations. In fact, the bustling atmosphere of the docks reflect the hard work and resilience of the people here. Of course, there are important concerns about modernization, environmental sustainability. So residents here, and in fact fishermen community here, hoping that leadership balances development, their livelihood, and preserving the traditional way of life. So we will go across to some of these fishermen community to understand what their concerns are and what has been hampering their livelihood over the last several years, and how are they managing the business considering the challenges in these days. Let's go straight across to some of them. तो हम कोलाबा का प्रोफाइल कर रहे हैं, ससुन डॉक के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. तो इधर जो फिशरमैन कम्युनिटी है उनका क्या मांग है? अभी इलेक्शन आने वाला है.
इलेक्शन तो उन लोगों को क्या है, मोदी अच्छा रहना मांगता है और कोली लोग को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना मांगता है ना. इधर सब इलेक्शन चलते टाइम पर ये चलता है, बाद में कुछ देखता नहीं ना कोई. अभी ये बंद होने वाला बोलता है, बंद होएगा, लेकिन बंद नहीं होएगा ना वो.
हाँ, तो अभी पहले कुछ सालों से अभी कितना फर्क है बिजनेस में?
इसमें 60-70% फर्क पड़ गया है.
अच्छा.
हाँ.
क्यों? लेकिन क्यों?
उधर उन लोगों को परिवर्तन है, इधर लोग मच्छी को भाव नहीं, ये नहीं, इसलिए वो करन जा गया है ना. कई लोग बोट वाला लोग
छोड़ के गांव चले गए.
हाँ, गाँव चले गए, उधर बिजनेस चालू कर दिया ना उन लोगों ने. वो करन जा उरन के पास.
तो अभी क्या, अभी 1-2 मांग अगर अभी देना है अगले गवर्नमेंट को तो क्या होगा? वो
अभी मांग देना होएगा तो उन लोगों को थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट में. उनको थोड़ा डीजल का भाव, ये भाव भी बढ़ गया है ना बहुत डीजल का, उनको लोगों को भी परवड़ता है ना. कंपनी भी मच्छी को भाव देना मांगता है ना. कंपनी भाव देगा तो उन लोगों को भी परवड़ेगा.
तो मच्छीमार को थोड़ा मदद करने का, दूसरा कुछ नहीं मांगता है हम लोग को. सरकार से हम लोग को कुछ नहीं मांगता है, और हम लोग को लड़का लोग घर में है ना, उसको नौकरी दो. अभी मच्छीमार हम लोग को कुछ रह गए नहीं, मच्छी भी नहीं ना कुछ भी नहीं है, सब वोट गए करंजे में. वो लोग को नौकरी देगा तो हम लोग उसको वोट देंगे. अभी हम लोग को नार्वेकर ही साथ देते, दूसरा कोई नहीं इधर है. वो नार्वेकर है जब भी इधर है हम लोग का है.
आपका धंधा अभी कैसे चल रहा है?
धंधा ही नहीं चलता है. ये देख सुबह से कितना काटे ले, देख ये देख, ये देख कितना है, 130 रुपए से काटे ले. कितना बजे आया? 6 बजे. फिर क्या करेगा? मेरा तो आदमी नहीं है, कमाने वाला मेरा कोई नहीं. मेरा 2 बच्चे हैं, वो घर में है. उसका बच्चे लोग को देखेगा क्या? उसका मम्मी को देखेगा. अभी तू ही बोल, कोई देखने वाला है हम लोग का? वो लोग इतना महंगा हो गया है. सब चावल का भाव, तेल का भाव, सिलेंडर का भाव, लाइट बिल इतना आता है. हाँ, अरे 130 रुपए में क्या कमाएंगे हम लोग?
Colaba is a constituency that embraces history while looking towards the future. In fact, as elections approach, the needs of its diverse population, including fishermen, business owners, and cultural preservers, will be at the forefront of electoral conversation.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
End of corruption.
आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. A touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world